The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Cleveland, Ohio. And on this Memorial Day, we remember all the men and women who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our country. And tonight at Rocket Arena, Cavs and Knicks will play Game 4. Can the Knicks complete the sweep? Can the Cavs keep their season alive? Knicks offense a little stagnant as Brunson goes against Hart. Gets inside, scoop layup off the glass. He has mastered that shot. And Obi, nice feed inside, and Towns with the flush. Jalen Brunson, 1 of 4 to start. He's had a couple of slow starts as Towns fires up another 3 and hits another 3. Hart looking, cross court. Wade, his first shot of the night. Towns the rebound. Knicks look to push again. Beautiful pass, Hart. Anunoby gathers and throws it down. Brunson falling away, puts it up, puts it in. Brunson with 15 to go with 5 assists.
The very best footwork in this league, regardless of position. Jalen Brunson,
one of the best rebounders in basketball. Thought about a 3, drives on Allen, hit down, gets inside, layup is good as he goes crashing to the floor.
the rebounding never changed. He did it every single night. That's a commitment and a sacrifice for your teammates.
Deuce McBride knocks down the 3-pointer. This really is incredible what they're doing night in and night out. As Towns drives down a lane, scoop layup is good. Shamet with the steal. Shamet feeds on Anunoby with the flush. Shot clock at 7. McBride leaves in, tough shot, gets it to go. Everything going down for the Knicks. And Proctor will just dribble it out. Chance of let's go Knicks. It's over. Believe it, Knicks fans, for the first time in 27 years, the New York Knicks are going to the NBA Finals. The dream season continues, and hopes of ending a decades-long championship drought are very much alive.
Start spreading the news.
Hey!
I'm leaving
Welcome on in to a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. New York, New York. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight. Hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. Now, that was an incredible open there. That was very nicely produced by Brandon Combs. Brad, it nearly brought a tear to my eye. Credit to ABC/ESPN, Mike Breen, of course, on the call. I mean, what better to continue this historic dominant stretch? I feel like I'm living in a dream. The Knicks sweep again. They literally, basically, the Cavs tap out in the second quarter. Knicks win by nearly 40. It's the most dominant run of basketball I've ever seen in my life. They're going to the NBA Finals. You heard Breen say it. First time since 99. I don't even remember. I was 4. I don't remember the last time they were in the Finals. They haven't won a title since 73. I'm living on freaking cloud 9, and we got a lot to get into. But, yes, the high has not worn off yet, Brad. So there is a long ways to go until the NBA Finals. 8 days. 8 days. It was 9 days as of last night. There's still a lot of celebrating and partying to do, but I am locked in on Thunder Spurs. Can't wait to see how that series goes. Hope it goes 7. Hope they continue to beat the crap out of each other. But, man, I've never felt this feeling in my fandom ever in my life. The team that has been my favorite team my entire life, they're 4 wins away from a title, and they are destroying everybody in their path, man. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope everybody had a great Memorial Day weekend. How you doing, Brad?
Oh, this one is spectacular, man. I'm glad you're in a euphoric state. I'm glad you're not on cloud 9, but 9,000, mi amigo. That's where it was in 2016 when my beloved Chicago Cubs won the World Series, and you're one step away from having the ultimate high of highs and getting that NBA trophy that Larry O'Brien hoisted. and you celebrating for hours and days and months and really for the rest of your life on end. As a result, pure domination. That game was an absolute joke for people that were outside of the New York Knicks fan base. Every single facet of the game, the Knicks dominated. And I'm watching the first quarter with my two sons, 19 and 17 years old. I had family in town over the weekend. My youngest son graduated from high school. Congratulations to him. They're big-time NBA fans. And, we've been watching all these series and every single minute and how it's all going to shake out and boil down. And I sat there with my boys and, about 10 minutes in, I honestly thought pregame that Cleveland was going to fight back and at least stay competitive and make this a gentleman's sweep in the grand scheme. I thought we'd go back to MSG and New York would, win it in front of their faithful, and it would just be chaos and pandemonium. The party would begin like it's 1999. Cue the Prince. There at Times Square and various areas there in Manhattan, but to no avail because they just went out and laid the smackdown on Cleveland, and we just looked at each other, myself and my two sons, 10 minutes of the game, and we're just like, yeah, I think it's a wrap, Dad. And that's what they said to me, and I'm like, yeah, guys, I concur. I think this thing is donezo. Then he went on that 20-0 run in the second quarter, and it was really donezo. Absolutely cooked were the Cleveland Cavaliers. New York was plus 17 in rebounding, plus 12 in assists. They had 8 more made threes and only give up 0.912 points per possession. You could be the ultimate novice when it comes to watching basketball. And if you know anything about some of the data and the analytics that are out there, even a simpleton could come to the realization, oh, yeah, that is a powerful performance. That is a performance in which New York probably won by 20 or more points, and they end up winning by far more than that. 37 an elimination game. You made Travis Kelce cry. Oh, the poor baby. What's he got to do? So congratulations to your beloved New York Knicks and Chalamet in attendance. And, of course, Ben Stiller is going to be still partying. Spike Lee. I can't wait. I know it's an eternity away. The NBA Finals are going to begin, but there is going to be no better, louder, more intoxicating crowd than what is going to transpire to MSG. So as somebody that has no skin in the game, no dog in this hunt or in the race, I can't wait to sit back, whether it's against the Spurs or the Thunder, and absorb the energy that's going to come out of the Mecca of basketball. Congratulations, mi amigo.
Thank you, brother. Phone number to join the show, again, 310-840-4910. You want to get in on the celebrations. You want to just get in on this incredible run. I mean, again, I'll say it. Forget about the last 11 games, the 11 they've won in a row now. Let's take their entire playoffs here, all 14 games. They beat the Hawks in 6 and then back-to-back sweeps. So let's count the 2 losses to the Hawks. The Knicks still have outscored their opponents by an average of 19.5 points per game. That is the best point differential in NBA playoff history, and it's by a gigantic margin when the 71 Bucks won by an average of 14.5 points per game. That's factoring in for the 2 losses against the Hawks. If it's just the 11 straight wins, the Knicks are winning by nearly 25 points per game. It's absolutely absurd. Then you have the offense, the shooting. Their effective field goal percentage this playoffs is 59%. That's the best mark in NBA history. And in the last 11 games, it's even higher, and that is the best in NBA history for any 11-game span as well. I mean, Brad, it's just, I can't, I literally have to keep pinching myself. I'm like, this isn't real. This isn't real. I'm at my sister's house last night for dinner. I was like, let's just watch the first half, then we have to drive home to Philly. I'll have my girlfriend Corinne put it on in the car, and I'll drive, and I can, I'll hear it and whatever. I can look over whenever need be. And I was like, babe, I was like, we could just switch back and forth between music and commercials. We watched the first half. The Knicks go up by nearly 30 in the second quarter. And we're like, all right, I think we can get out of here before halftime and try to get home before, 10 o'clock last night. It was unbelievable. And they've been doing it all series. It's been that easy for them. And then when it's so easy and you have an opponent that basically gives up, which is what Cleveland did, then it gets even better. And here's, by the way, gotta get Chuck into this open here. Gotta get Charles Barkley. And Brad, I was saying this at the end of game 3. In the final minute and a half, when Jared Allen basically stops on 2 straight possessions, uncontested layups, and I was like, wow, the Cavs just tapped out here. That was at the end of game 3. They still had to show up for game 4, and after the first 5 minutes, they quit again. Here's Charles Barkley calling out the Cavs for quitting. This is and inside the NBA. This is at halftime last night when the Knicks were already up big.
Yeah, kids at home, if you want to see what the word quit means,
oh, come on, Chuck.
To give up. The verb of that is cavaliers.
Oh, come on.
This is what you see.
You think they quit or the Knicks are just that good right now?
Oh, they were down 29, King. Kitty, look, this is just effort here. Come on, man. This is just effort. Come on, Kitty.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was way.
Oh, we
too
got
much
some
of
more
that
now.
Yeah. I mean, again, yeah, they were showing some plays, and there were some plays where the Cavaliers just literally were not playing defense. Like, they were like, screw it, man. We're done. We're toast. The Knicks got on a heater again. Another kill shot run. We talked about that all during March Madness, Brad. These teams that can deliver these kill shots. The Knicks It was basically a 1 versus a 16 seed from the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. Game 1 through the rest of this series. And the Knicks just needed a 20-0 run or a 15-0 run once each game to basically put these freaking games away. And the Cavs quit. And it was pretty freaking embarrassing. But I guess I would tap out too if I'm playing in an 11-game span, the greatest team in NBA history. Because that's what the Knicks are. You can ignore it. The facts are the facts. You can say, oh, they didn't play anybody. Oh, the East stinks. Oh, they're going to lose in the finals. But in the last 11 games, all the numbers and the eye test tells you the Knicks are the greatest team in NBA history in the last 11 games. And I'm going to continue to live and beat my chest about that for the next 8 days. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm not sorry.
By the way, I think you just offended all 16 Cs because Cleveland was more like an NIT team at best. One that was the dregs of the keg, to say the least. So, like Mount St. Mary's, for example, that'd be like a 16 caliber seed. We apologize. You're actually better than the Cleveland Cavaliers. That was a punchline, my friend. I have not seen a slaughter like that since Journal Armstrong Custer at Little Bighorn, quite frankly. I think he put up a better fight against the Ogala Sioux, frankly, than the Cleveland Cavaliers did against the New York Knicks last night. It was all she wrote, even before the 20-0 run in that second quarter. And Marin Mamdani of New York City, I think he said it perfectly on social media. If you missed a tweet, here's what it said. Quote, New York City sanitation, I'd like to report a sweep, end quote, a mic drop moment right there. I mean, that was outstanding. I mean, just, again, pure party, pure euphoria, pure dominance, every way, shape, and form. That's what your beloved New York Knicks did. And, we've been saying it. The advanced analytics backup, everything you're seeing with the eye test, they are crushing every single soul in their path. Their net efficiency rating so far in this NBA postseason has been just off the charts high. As a matter of fact, what is the specific number in comparison to some of the other teams? Well, the Knicks are at 19.8 in that category. As a comparison, the second best team in net efficiency right now, the San Antonio Spurs, at 11.4. That is a substantial gap and divide between the Knicks and Spurs at 1 and 2. You would say, okay, well, what about the Oklahoma City Thunder? Well, again, the Knicks at 19.8, the Thunder at 10.7. So, you were very optimistic, as you have unfolded here on the show the last couple of weeks and said repeatedly that, hey, the New York's going to win this thing. And I might say, bias is kind of, bleeding through a little bit, buddy. Might want to pump the brakes on that. It is the Eastern Conference. They haven't really been challenged. I still feel Oklahoma City is the best team remaining in this playoff race, but even I am reassessing. Even I am recalculating based on the slam dunk fashion. They are destroying everybody in their path. Now the ultimate question becomes, Pat, rust versus rest. We're going to get a true indication of what is going to actually be the answer to the age-old question with that 9-day layoff. But as you said, with all the rest there and the other two teams have beat the bloody hell out of one another, if injuries were to mount, or it's a hard-fought series and guys are exhausted. Advantage New York. So, again, I think you're on to something. I think the Knicks have a damn good shot and winning the whole shebang. And if that occurs, New York may just break off and fall in the Atlantic Ocean, and everybody's going to be all right with it because it would be totally worth it.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. Here's the thing. Here's why I'm not worried about rest versus rust, because we had that debate going into this series when the Knicks had more than a week off after beating the brakes off the 76ers, and it proved rust, was on the verge of winning. Rust was beating the crap out of rest. The Cavs were beating the crap out of the Knicks. It was a 22-point lead with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And then history happened. And then this whole thing flipped on its head. And the Knicks looked rusty for those first 3 quarters against Cleveland in game 1. Here's why I'm not worried about it. Like you said, OKC and San Antonio, I won 7 games. And I'm rooting for, again, not rooting for injuries. I'm rooting for both players' teams, though, to have heavy as hell legs, if they'll put it like that. Yep. If they have to play a game 7, which, let me just double check here. Game 7, if there is one between those two teams, would be on Saturday. Game 1 of the finals isn't until Wednesday, no matter what. So, okay. Or is it really going to be that big of a rest advantage? Maybe not, but still. It's more so I want physical wear and tear on both the Thunder and the Spurs. I want guys limping out of that series. But here's the more important reason why. The Knicks are going to be on the road no matter what. They're either going to San Antonio for game 1 or they're going to OKC for game 1. There isn't that added pressure of, okay, we've been off for so long, now we have to hold serve at home here in game 1. The Knicks are going on the road. And yeah, if they lose game 1 because they're rusty and they lose by 20, is it going to make me feel any better? No. But it's not like there's that added pressure of, hey, you got to protect home floor advantage in game 1. They're going on the road no matter what, so I'm not really worried about it. Again, we'll see, man. The way they're shooting the freaking ball, I don't know if it matters. I don't know. It's 9 days. It's a long time. But the way they've been practicing, whatever they've been doing, block out the outside noise. They didn't get too big of an ego after sweeping the Sixers. They end up sweeping the Cavs. Yeah, first 3 quarters of game 1 was definitely, pretty crappy to watch. But they know they're the underdog, at least on paper, going into the finals no matter who they play. And I'm expecting the Knicks in 9 days from now to come out firing. But yeah, it's to hear the overwhelming Knicks in 4, let's go Knicks chants. We were talking about it on our pre-show meeting. There were more Knicks fans in the building last night than there were Cavs fans. And this isn't like the Knicks taking over Philadelphia where it's an hour-and-a-half drive down the turnpike. This is a 2-hour flight. This is an 8-hour drive to Cleveland. It's not easy to just mosey on over to Cleveland, Ohio, if you're a Knicks fan. And Cavs fans didn't want any part of showing up there. And the Knicks fans were literally belting and erupting throughout that arena. It's just, I can't stress enough how unreal of a feeling this is as a fan, where for the majority of my life, this team has sucked. They've been so terrible. They have been so awful. And watching
better, Pat.
I know, watching guys like Raymond Felton, Lou Amundsen. I mean, guys, I blocked half those guys out of my memory. Like the great Steve Novak, the folk hero of some of the worst Knicks teams I've ever seen. And I guess the couple of good teams with Melo. It's just like, it's not like the Knicks they had 2 years, 3 years in the playoffs. 2, they got crushed in the first round. The 1 year at Melo, 2013, whatever it was, when they should have beaten Indiana in the second round. And even then, they probably would have gotten smashed by LeBron and the Cavs. Like, other than that, it has been darkness for so long. And now over the last 5 years, steadily building. Tibbs laying the foundation. And then Mike Brown comes in here in year 1. And they kind of underperformed throughout the regular season. But I always trusted in Mike Brown. And I always believed, as much as I love and respect Tom Thibodeau as a head coach, he was never going to get him to a finals. And he was never going to win him a title. And this basketball we're watching was not going to be possible with Tom Thibodeau. I don't care. Let anybody tell you, any Tibbs truther, any Tibbs apologist. I love the guy for what he has done for the Knicks, bringing them out of the mud. But they were never getting here with Tom Thibodeau as head coach. So to see this team now finally reach their potential, 4 wins away. Yeah, like I said, on paper, Brad, they're probably going to be the underdog. But the way they're playing, I don't give a damn who they're playing. They could be playing Jordan's Bulls, and I'd still give them a chance.
And honestly, I think you want them to be the underdog because they're going to use that as added motivation, bulletin board material, my man. And, they're flourishing. They're peaking at the most opportune time right now on both ends of the floor. I mean, they're dominating offensively. They put together some scintillating performances over this playoff run. And the defense has been outlandishly good. I mean, they're giving up the entire NBA playoffs in the 14 games, 1.035 points per possession. That's numero uno among all the playoff teams, slightly better than San Antonio. We talk about how dominant the Spurs are defensively because of Victor Wembanyama and his superior rim protection. But, Mitch Robinson, the bigs of New York have really got after the glass, the best rebounding team the entire NBA postseason, and they're matching it on the offensive end, man. Josh Hart does all the little things. He's such the consummate glue guy for this starting five. Jalen Brunson is a bright and shining supernova. Cue that in the background, the Oasis version, please, and thank you. I mean, there really are no weaknesses of this team. When Landry Shamet is coming off the bench and draining buku threes and finishing with 16 points, that's a cherry on top of the sundae. I want to see the pandemonium pour into the streets of Manhattan because I want your New York Knicks now to win. As a fan of basketball, as a fan of you, Pat Boyle, for the sake of your overall happiness and fandom, that you can go to the grave a very pleased man late in your life, knowing that the New York Knicks, in the year of our basketball Lord, 2026, won an NBA title. We feel the same way I did in 2016, again, with Chicago Cubs. In other words, the antithesis of what I'm thinking with the Cubs right now.
Yeah. 53 years since the Knicks' last title. 27 years since they were last in the finals, and one of those droughts has now come to an end. The Knicks with the sweep last night, another beatdown, another dominant performance. You want to weigh in on it? 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we'll have other notes and nuggets on that, how dominant and historic the Knicks run is right now throughout the show. But when we come back, we've got a Game 5 coming up tonight. Pivotal in the West between the Thunder and the Spurs. We'll break it down when we return. We're just getting rolling here on this Tuesday. First show back since the Memorial Day weekend. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is an all-time team, no matter what happens moving forward. And if the Knicks lose in the NBA Finals, which they could, obviously, they're going to be an underdog no matter who they play, they will lose to another all-time team. They'll either lose to the Thunder, who will be winning their second straight championship, or they'll lose to the alien, the freak, Victor Wembanyama. But that does not mean, even if they lose, that this is not an all-time team. It doesn't mean that. This is an all-time team. And the only evidence you need for that, and we can talk about the fact that this is the great, literally, not figuratively, literally, the greatest 11-game, they're on an 11-game playoff winning streak, right? This is the greatest 11-game run in the history of professional basketball. This is the Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington Generals for 3 straight playoff series. After C.J. McCollum made his jumpers, how cute that was in Atlanta. Remember Atlanta? Long time ago, right? The Knicks haven't lost in over 30 days. That's how long it's been. 11-game win streak. They win every game by 1 million points. Best point differential by a team in the history of the NBA playoffs entering the finals, and people still think, oh, you know what they say? Do you know what people say? It's incredible to me. And they say it because they hate the Knicks. That's why. And I don't even want to do the New Yorker thing, but, let's just tell the truth. Here's my question for everybody. What if this were the Boston Celtics? What would people be saying if this were the Detroit Pistons? What would they say if it were the Cleveland Cavaliers? What would you say if this were the San Antonio Spurs? Or the Oklahoma City Thunder? Or the Minnesota Timberwolves? Or basically any team that doesn't employ LeBron James or the New York Knicks? What would you say? You'd be saying, oh my God, this team's unbelievable. They're great. But with the Knicks, what do people say? Not everybody, but what do people say? Well, who have they beaten? Look at the schedule. Okay, let's look at the schedule. This is not the New England Patriots basically getting a magic carpet like laid out in front of them to roll out the red carpet, taking them to the Super Bowl. Like barely scraping by Jarrett Stidham in the AFC Championship game. CJ Stroud throwing 15 interceptions in the divisional round. That was still a game. This isn't that. They win every game by 1,000,000 points. They're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. They don't get a chance to play the great teams because they're the best team. And then they beat everybody by 1,000,000, which is what you want a great team to do when you play a team that might not be great. And it's still not enough for people. And it's because you hate the Knicks. And if you're out there and you're like, man, yeah, like who the hell have they played? If they haven't played anybody, why are we talking? They're not that great. Why are you saying this? Just admit, you can think whatever you want. Just admit you hate them. Admit that you don't like the Knicks. You don't like the way the fans go nuts outside the games. You don't like the fact that we celebrated a win against the Hawks in the first round during COVID, like we had won Game 7 of the World Series. You don't like it. You don't like New York. I don't care. Just admit it. Just admit it. Because if you can't be honest and objective about what this is, what can you be honest and objective about? It's staring at you right in the face. Aside from the fact that this is now legitimately, literally, the most dominant run in the history of professional basketball. Not in the playoffs, not in the regular season, all of it under one big-ass umbrella. How about this? The Knicks have now won 11 consecutive playoff games, joining elite company in accomplishing this prestigious feat. Here are the list of teams that have won 11 straight postseason games, like the Knicks have. So get down 2-1 to Atlanta, 3, 4, and 4. Do the math, 11. The 1989 Los Angeles Lakers, the 99 San Antonio Spurs, which Knicks fans remember beat us in the finals, the 01 Lakers, and the 2017 Golden State Warriors.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You want to get in on the Knicks celebration? Diehard Knicks fan like myself, Brad has been a very, very supportive co-host the entire way. I really appreciate it. He said the Knicks were going to sweep the Sixers last series. I didn't have a whole lot of confidence. He was very brash about the Knicks winning in 5 against the Cavs. They sweep them. So you want to get in on the Knicks party? Feel free, 310-840-4910. You can also, if you want to vent, I have no ill will towards Cavs fans. In fact, we just destroyed you. Knicks fans Knicks just destroyed the Cavs. So you want to vent about Cleveland. You want to vent about Kenny Atkinson. News, we'll get to that later. They're bringing him back and reportedly going to work on a long-term extension for James Harden. So again, we'll get into Cleveland side of things. But if you want to get in on the phones on the Cavs, 310-840-4910. But the conference finals are here with 2 great matchups. Be part of, now, one great matchup. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Well, yeah, Brad, at least the Western Conference Finals has delivered. We got Game 5 tonight, Spurs and the Thunder. And so Game 3 was back on, Friday night, right? Friday night, Game 3. And the Spurs got out to an early lead, and then the Thunder just slowly but surely took over. This was Friday. This was me and PJ. Yep. You were off. It was 15-0 out of the gate. And the Thunder just slowly but surely grinded them down, and they end up winning by 15. Then on Sunday, the Spurs answered back in a big, big way. Dominant defensive effort. They crushed the Thunder 103-82. And so back and forth we've gone. Spurs took that Game 1 double overtime, historic thriller. Then the Thunder answered back with back-to-back wins of at least 9 points. And then San Antonio with their first blowout win of this series. So here we go, back to OKC, Game 5 tonight. You take a look at the odds from our friends at BetMGM, and the Thunder are shrinking. Their odds are continuing to get smaller and smaller here to win this game. They were once 5.5-point favorites. They're now just 3.5-point favorites with some juice. 4.5. 4.5 at nearly plus money are the Oklahoma City Thunder. The total is 217.5. And so the injury news also going to play a big role in this one. A.J. Mitchell's already been ruled out for OKC. Nobody on the injury report for San Antonio. And then the big one continues to be J-Dub. Jalen Williams for Oklahoma City has not played since he re-aggravated that left hamstring injury in Game 2. Didn't play Game 3. Didn't play Game 4. Questionable tonight. I'm not very optimistic he plays, Brad, and I'm not very optimistic he plays the rest of this series. So we'll get you the up-to-date info on J-Dub, but aside from that, pivotal swing game, Game 5 here, odds will tell you and history will tell you whoever wins this game probably going to win the series. How do you see it playing out tonight in a Western Conference Finals that has absolutely lived up to the hype?
Yeah, it has for the most part. I mean, you got a couple of lopsided affairs so far that have transpired in this series, but the way the line is tightening up right now, my body is ready. My brain is definitely ready for another last-second swing in the action. Either side of the ledger, quite frankly. And I think that's what we're going to be in for. I think it's going to be a hot and heavy game. I think it's going to be tizite, son, all the way down to the 11th hour. And it could be a bounce of the ball. It could be maybe a mystery whistle or foul. It could come down to a block shot. It's going to come down to something that will ultimately decide this game, whether offensively or defensively. I think in the final maybe 35-30 seconds. That's my gut feeling. I'm feeling every porous of my body right now that this is going to be the definition of nip and tuck. And I kind of side with Oklahoma City in that regard, though the line right now, not exactly moving in that direction necessarily, but one in which I think OKC is going to play this very, very close. I think they're going to, maybe win by 2 or 3 points. It may be that tight. Maybe that is why the line is shrinking, as everybody expect it to be a sweaty kind of performance across the board. But really the key for Oklahoma City is, how well the bench plays. What you're going to get at SGA. And all the stupid whistles that guy draws. And, my kids and I, we've been watching a lot of these games, and we just watch astonishingly close to the fact that, a guy could just breathe on him, graze him, and they're going to call a foul in anticipation 9 times out of 10. And that's why they call him the free throw merchant as a result. It is ridiculous the amount of whistles that man draws, but there's an art to it. He's got the referees convinced there's going to be contact when there is barely any contact at all. He gets a foul and he makes the opponent pay at the line over and over again. Last game going 7-7 at the Charity Stripe, though they lost that game of 103-82. But, is it going to be Hartenstein who steps up? Is it going to be Holmgren? Is it going to be a combination of the two that really step up, command the glass, because they're going to have to against Wemby. And they're going to establish themselves offensively in some form or fashion as well. They got a minimum. Hartenstein and Holmgren got to combine for like 25 and probably like 13, 14 rebounds if this game is going to be highly competitive, which I feel it will. And I think the bench has got to rise to the occasion as well. Strangely, Alex Caruso was trapped inside, buried in the last game, only played 14 minutes. didn't score a single point in the game, had a couple of rebounds, had a couple of blocks. He's known for his defense, but he has been such a tour de force offensively as well. He was absent in the last game. Is he going to rise to the occasion? Is it going to be McCann that's going to rise, or McCain that's going to rise to the occasion? Who off the bench for Oklahoma City is going to match the bench presence of the San Antonio Spurs? Now De'Aaron Fox is back, and of course you got Dylan Harper largely coming off the pine. He only scored 7 points in 21 minutes in the last game, but I think he's a guy that will score at a minimum probably a dozen points tonight, contribute on the glass, do a little bit of everything. And of course, Keldon Johnson's that X factor as well, one of the best 6 men in the NBA. I think right now San Antonio's bench is stronger, which gives them an edge. But if Oklahoma City, which we have seen their rotational players really rise up, if they can deliver an A- or B+ effort, that could be enough to get them just over the top. Again, what I think is going to be a single possession game. So put it all together. Long way of saying this, Pat. OKC is going to win, but they ain't going to cover.
So wow. So you're literally expecting this to come down to the last second here, a one possession game. It wouldn't shock me.
Yep.
Wouldn't shock me, right? You got a blowout last game. The game before that, it was tight for a while. OKC ends up winning by 15. They were down 15-0 to start the game, but you kind of got the feeling middle of that third quarter, you're like, yeah, this OKC ain't losing this game. So what gives tonight? Some of the things that I'm looking forward to, you hit on a lot of the players here. Caruso, again, 31, 17, 15 in the first 3 games. Kuseg only took 1 shot. They've got to get him involved. He's got to be a disruptor on defense, especially with no A.J. Mitchell. And again, I'm assuming, we'll keep you posted officially, I'm assuming J-Dub is not going to play. I don't think I think his hamstring is messed up. I think he's toast, to be honest. So again, we'll see if that changes. But if not, Cason Wallace, who's their backup point guard, he's got to make the most of the minutes that SGA is off the floor, which I don't expect to be a lot, but he'll be in there with SGA at times. He's got to knock down some threes. Again, he was hitting 2 or 3 of them in the first couple of games, only hit 1 last game. Jared McCain also was invisible after he's had some big performances. So the bench for OKC has got to play a big role tonight. They've got to force the turnovers, which is what they do better than anybody else, and it's how they've won 2 of the games so far. San Antonio limited the turnovers in a tremendous way last game. De'Aaron Fox is going to continue to play as much as he can. Stephon Castle, he's great defensively, and he's great when he's getting downhill. He just turns the ball over too much. So that's something to look out for. And then, you mentioned it, Hartenstein and Holmgren. Can they contain Wemby, and can either of those guys give you anything offensively? You would expect it to be Chet Holmgren. Right. He's been disappointing for most of this series. Is he going to step up, or are we going to is it just going to be the 2 MVPs, that duel here tonight? Is it going to be the back-to-back MVP, SGA going for 35 points and 10 assists, and Wemby going for 35 points and 20 rebounds? Do we get one of those nights? That's kind of where I'm leaning here, Brad. I'm kind of thinking this might be, I agree with you. I think it might be close, but I think we might get in the final 8 minutes, SGA, Wemby going blow for blow. Who is going to lead whose team to victory? I don't know if the benches, as much as OKC has a massive advantage there, I don't know if their bench is going to have a huge impact. This honestly might be which star is going to perform better tonight. The more and more I think about this game, that's kind of the feel I get on it here, Brad. And I would go ahead and put my money, and I would lean with the 2-time MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's been dishing out double-digit assists in almost every game. He's scoring. He's creating. Yes, he's getting to the free throw line, and he's getting there because San Antonio's undisciplined when he gets them to fake, when he gets them to bite. Mitch Johnson, Spurs head coach, said it himself. So I think SGA has a big game tonight, and I'll take the Thunder to cover the 4.5 points. I don't think it's going to be as close as you think, but I think they'll win the game probably between 7 and 10 points.
Yeah, the other major factor of this game is 3-point performance for these two teams, right? Oklahoma City couldn't hit the broadside of the biggest and widest barn in the last game. They were just 6 of 33 from way downtown. They got to shoot at least like 35% from distance if they are going to deliver and covering this game according to your expectations. I mean, San Antonio wasn't shooting the leather off the ball really in the last game either from outside. They were 9 of 33, a miserable 27%. So I think the great equalizer could be a great determination ultimately of who prevails in the contest tonight. So that's something else to monitor. Let me give you a player prop that I really like in this game. Dylan Harper, the pride of Rutgers. I'm going to take the over on just 3.5 rebounds. I grabbed it this morning at plus 105. It's a little baby seduced by the juice there at BetMGM. I think this number is too low. Pat in the series is averaging 5.3 rebounds per game. Now, he has gone over twice. He has gone under twice on this 3.5 rebounding number in this series. In the regular season, only averaged 3.3 rebounds per game against the Thunder. But you look at Oklahoma City, they're not exactly crashing the glass with a whole lot of vim and vigor. They are number 6 in fewest opponent rebounds per game allowed in the NBA postseason out of 15 teams. That's wildly mediocre. So I think San Antonio is going to be able to wax that glass. And if I can get 4 caroms to land at the paws of Dylan Harper, again, I'm cashing a plus 105. So Harper over 3.5 rebounds against the Thunder tonight. Bar none, my favorite bet and player prop in the game tonight.
I like it. I like it. Obviously you hope it's close. And again, I just wonder what kind of percent health he's at. Wasn't listed on the injury report last game. Nobody on the injury report for the Spurs. And game 1, remember, without De'Aaron Fox, he had the monster 24-11 game. Game 2, he leaves the game injured, where he was on pace for another big game, only had 12 points, 2 rebounds through 25 minutes. Could have had like 20 points and 6, 7 rebounds. He left that game early. Game 3, only played 17 minutes, had 3 rebounds. And last game, it was a blowout. They only played 21 minutes, had 5 rebounds. So I think if this game is going to be close, I would think Dylan Harper, even if he's not 100%, he should be still playing enough to get to that tonight. So I like that. And I love the Rutgers rookie because I got to watch him play over the last couple of years. All right, we'll take a short break. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll go streaking. The full crew is back, so we'll see if we can get on a hater for you when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Nothing about what I'm about to say is political or is meant to be either an endorsement or criticism of a politician or party. I put this take out on social media, and a lot of people, mostly Donald Trump fans, President Trump fans, got really mad. This is not an anti-Trump take or an anti-Republican take, just like it isn't a pro-Democrat take or an anti-Democrat take. It is a statement of what I believe Jackson Dart, I feel like he aired, and it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has to do with the fact that Jackson Dart has involved himself with politics. So in case you missed it, Giants quarterback Jackson Dart, who's basically like a social media quarterback at this point, like showed some flashes his rookie season. Also, is anyone, and I've been saying this for months. This has nothing to do with what just happened with the president. Nothing to do with it. Are we sure Jackson Dart's good? Are we sure about that? That he's good? We don't know yet, right? Fair to say. Maybe he'll be great. Maybe he won't be. We don't know the answer is all I'm saying. He's social media quarterback. He's at the Met Gala wearing this ridiculous outfit. God bless him. You can wear whatever you want. Lots of ridiculous outfits. I wear ridiculous outfits, some people would say. Whatever. He's got the Instagram model girlfriend. Again, nothing wrong with that. She's beautiful. God bless him. I'm just saying, this is a quarterback who clearly enjoys the trappings and like the everything positive that comes with fame, and he hasn't accomplished anything yet. Fair or unfair for me to say that? It's fair, right? So he introduces President Trump at this event. Do I think that on the surface there's anything wrong with introducing the president at an event? There shouldn't be, whether the president's a Republican or a Democrat. It's the president of the United States. The reason why I have an issue with it, though, is because that's not how American society works. Politics are extraordinarily divisive. So people can get mad at Abdul Carter, Giants pass rusher, for putting out on social media, I thought this was AI, the video of Dart introducing the president. And then Abdul Carter has to walk it back, saying, well, Dart and I had a man-to-man conversation, and everyone leave your narratives at the door. And Abdul Carter can get criticized for that, and that's fine. My point would be, and again, I would say the same thing if Dart introduced communist mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance. It doesn't matter. When you get involved with politics, you open yourself up to criticism. So you can get mad at Abdul Carter for what he said, and that's fine. You can feel however you want. It's a free country, right? The bottom line is Abdul Carter's not put in a position to do that if Jackson Dart doesn't do what he did. And it's nothing to do with the president in office or the party. Politics are divisive. You're the starting quarterback of one of the legacy franchises in the NFL in the biggest media market, and you haven't accomplished anything yet. It doesn't mean he can't accomplish things. I'm just saying he hasn't yet. No one sees the problem with this? That someone should be advising him like, hey, maybe don't do this. Again, does it bother me that he supports the president? No. Does it bother me that Abdul Carter was upset? No. It's a free country. I would say the same thing if Dart introduced a Democrat. It has nothing to do with Republican or Democrat, Trump or otherwise. I don't like the position that Dart put himself in and put the team in. And I am a Giants fan saying that. Plus, Roy Robertson Harris just tore his Achilles. No depth at defensive tackle after the Dexter Lawrence trade. Malik Neighbors might not be ready for week 1. Are the vibes good right now with the Giants?
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Everybody's hands go up. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. Programming note coming up at the top of the hour. Our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, Nick Friedel, will join us, so you don't want to miss that one. But until then, looking to take your MLB action in the next level this season? Boosted Odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. All righty, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. You know what that means? We got the whole crew back. Let's go streaking!
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Yeah! All righty, premise of Let's Go Streaking. We go around the crew. Everybody picks one batter who they think will correctly get a hit. And if you get it correct, you tally your streak, however many days you're on, see who can continue on the longest streak. We had 14 in a row to begin the segment about a month and a half ago when we first started doing it. Out of the gate, our video producer Michael Montgomery nailed 14 in a row. Since then, We've been chasing that golden goose. Right now, we got 2 active streakers. Brad's got 3 in a row. Monty's got 3 in a row. Me and Combs looking to start new streaks tonight. So, Brad, you are half of the longest streaker here actively, you and Monty, trying to make it 4 in a row. Why don't you kick us off here? Who are you rocking with tonight to get a knock?
Let's go with somebody that nobody's ever heard before. Konnichiwa, Shohei Ohtani. And show me a hit, please, and thank you. Of course, the reigning MVP, one of the many MVP seasons that he's put together, and he's in the midst of maybe putting together a Cy Young season, going against the Colorado Pebbles. And I believe he's going to get a hit because he's got a hit in 10 of his last 11 games. He is 7 for 21. That's a .333 batting average against the Rockies this season. He's going against Kyle Freeland, who he is 7 for 11 lifetime against. Absolutely teed off against Freeland in his career. Freeland's got a 6+ road ERA and a .917 OPS. It gets left-handed hitters, also giving up a 40.2% hard hit rate. So Shohei Ohtani, we're going streaking to numero 4.
All right, I like it. I'm going to go to the Reds and Mets game here, looking to start a new active streak for me. Give me Spencer Steer for the Cincinnati Reds. Their cleanup batting first baseman, hitting .271 on the year. But how about this, Brad? He is hitting .341 against lefties. And not only do the Mets have a lefty on the mound tonight, they've got David Peterson, who I don't know if he could get me out right now. An ERA north of 5. He's given up 55 hits and 48 innings. So, yeah, there's a pretty good chance he's going to give up 5 or 6 more hits tonight. And Spencer Steer, who has been mashing lefties this year, I'm hoping Steer gets me a new active streak here. So give me the Reds cleanup hitter, Spencer Steer. Let's go to producer Brandon Combs, looking to start a new streak as well. Combsy, who you going with?
Let's go to your side of town, and let's go with Trent Grisham. Trent Grisham of the New York Yankees to get a hit. They're going up against Bailey Falter, who in 7 1/3 innings pitched has given up 15 hits. Everybody on the Yankees is live tonight. Everybody on the Yankees is bound to get a hit, but Grisham has gotten hits in 4 of his last 5, so I'm running with him.
Nice.
Okay, very good. Very, very good. Yeah, and Trent Grisham, by the way, had an injury scare with him a couple of days ago. Good to see that, yeah, since not only he exited that one game early against Toronto, he has come back and he's had 2 multi-hit games. So hoping that he does indeed get a knock for you tonight, Combsy. And then finally, our VP, Monty, the owner and operator of batters-box.com, a.k.a. the hyphen. 3 in a row for Monty, looking to make it 4. Michael, who are you going with?
I'm going with Brad out to L.A. I'm going Teoscar Hernandez against Kyle Freeland. He is the 4th highest rated hitter on my board tonight with an elite matchup, plus matchup for Teoscar with his WOBA, ISO, and hard contact, all increasing by at least 13% tonight. 2 trends I like in the game, both with the same number. In over 100 games with an elite rating, Teoscar's getting a hit 69% of the time. And then elite rated hitters against Kyle Freeland, 155 of them. 69% of them are getting a hit. So 2 trends that line up great. And then I have a 4-star rating for Teoscar against Freeland's pitch mix, hitting well against more than 75% of them. I wish he was hitting higher than 6th. I'm surprised he's so far down the lineup, but hopefully 3 at-bats is enough.
Yeah, and hopefully the Dodgers maybe, a nice little pounding tonight of Kyle Freeland, and he gets 4+ at-bats. All right, and then, Brad, if you want to take those 4 guys, Spencer Steer, Shohei Ohtani, Trent Grisham, and Teo Hernandez, and you think all 4 are going to get a hit and we're going to sweep the board, what are those odds on BetMGM for those 4 guys all to get a hit?
Oh, you're looking at a cool +269. Nice, as always. Fade or follow, that is up to you. An update, the Cubs still stink, already down 2-0.
Oh, already down 2-0.
Yep, already.
Oh, man. The Pirates.
Pain,
Who's
misery.
on the mound you got Ashcraft on the mound for the Pirates. Jeez.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. So the Cubbies have authored 2 10-game winning streaks this year, and they're in the midst of a 9-game losing streak right now. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah,
it's going from bad to worse. All right, well, Luckily, we got our guy, Nick Friedel, fellow Cubs fan. Coming up next, our Odyssey Sports NBA Insider. He will be with us right next on BetMGM tonight.
We have a lack of accountability problem in this country. And you see it all over the place. And the Cleveland Cavaliers are emblematic of it. And I guarantee you that Dan Gilbert, billionaire, is looking at this thinking, how the hell do I get out of this? What do I do to blow this up? And if he's not, that's how he should be thinking. No accountability. Just like the person who's not performing at his job and blames his, well, my boss isn't nice to me. Look in the mirror. Or the person that can't lose weight, but it doesn't go to the gym. Says, oh, you know what? My metabolism's not great. And what am I supposed to do when there's free pizza at the office? I don't know. Don't be a fat slob. Drink some water. Put down the soda. Get on the treadmill. Better your life. Do something. Stop blaming everybody else. Look in the mirror. No accountability. No accountability. None. You get your ass kicked, and what do you say? Well, analytics say we should be winning. You're not. They're not living in reality. Donovan Mitchell, we played with our food. Are you kidding? James Harden, genuinely, I feel like we're the better team. Where's the accountability? I'm not trying to be a jerk here. If this were my team and they said this, I'd say the same thing. I'd be even more pissed if it were my team. How do you, after a failure of this magnitude in a spot this big, not get up there in front of the media and say, we got our asses kicked? There's nothing else to say. Like, they were the better team, they kicked our ass. It doesn't need the qualifier of, well, we played with our food. Well, actually, I think we're better. The process says, like, what is it? Get Sam Hinkie on. What does Sam Hinkie think? What does what does the process think? Are we serious? Like, should the Baltimore Ravens, I don't even want to turn this into the Ravens are catching strays here. Like, hang the banner. Sultans of spreadsheets, dominators of DVOA, excellence of EPA. Hang the banner. The Cleveland Cavaliers analytically only lost this series 4-2. Hang the banner, Cleveland. Are you kidding? I would be so pissed if I were a Cavs fan with this reaction. Because it shows you, and this is a dramatic statement I'm going to make, but I'd like for someone to argue with me. This core is never going to win. And it's not just that they're not going to win because maybe Donovan Mitchell is not good enough to be the number one option on a championship team. I don't even mean that as an insult. How good you have to be the number one option on a championship team? Evan Mobley, I think, took a step this postseason, but he's not what people thought he was going to be. Not yet, at least. And then there's James Harden. Like, what do you even say at this point? It's not even because of the on-court product. That's not even the reason. And that's a really good reason why they're never going to win. They're never going to win because they have no accountability. That's why. Because this is the attitude. You get wiped off the face of the earth and you say, no, you know what? We are better. We're better. Could you imagine? What do you even say? The better team. You lost by 37 points in a closeout game at home. We're better. Analytically, we're better. We played with our food. Stop it.
games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Let's continue to talk some hoops, NBA playoffs, Knicks in the finals, Game 5 Western Conference Finals tonight, and a little bit of off-season news already here today with what team that's freshly eliminated. Let's talk to our guy, Nick Friedel. On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider, Nick Friedel, and insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Nick, hope you had a tremendous Memorial Day weekend, brother, the unofficial start to summer. How the hell are you?
I'm definitely not as good as you are. Let's start right there. I mean, it feels like as I'm listening to you say, yeah, the Knicks are in the finals. You've got to be like living in a dream world to a certain extent because like every other Knicks fan I know, they're just completely losing their minds after what's happened. This is why we love sports, though. When you have a fan base that is as rabid as that fan base, and they finally get back to that moment, and they have a legit chance now to do it, and they are playing the way that they are, I can't tell you how happy I am for you because of how much I know this means to you over the course of getting to know you guys the last few months. But my phone with all my friends from New York is just going nuts because nobody can really wrap their heads around that it actually happened. So it's, as a fan, I mean, I say this as a lifelong Cubs fan, I know what it means to finally get at least to the point. And now you get to that next point, and I know it'll be a big party.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and look, now you have I have 8 days now. 8 days to continue to wrap my head around it before the NBA Finals actually begin. So I have plenty of time to soak it in, to keep the party going like it's 1999. But, Nick, let's actually start with the losing team here first from last night. What did you think of the Cavs, probably outside of Donovan Mitchell, seemingly packing it up and quitting in that second quarter last night, not to mention the last minute and a half of Game 3 as well? I mean, did you think Cleveland quit, or did you think that New York just straight up steamrolled them?
I thought that they mentally quit. I thought they just kind of rolled over. When you have played at the level that they have throughout most of the year, and they played so well throughout most of Game 1, guys, to fade the way they did, and obviously it started at the end of Game 1, but those last 3 games were terrible. I mean, they weren't even that close. The Knicks kept winning, going away. It was really embarrassing, and that's the word. And I know that there's at least hope around Cleveland. Hey, let's get everybody back together and see. I'm of the belief that if you're the front office, you got to blow it up. I mean, that team is flatly not good enough. Donovan Mitchell, we talked about it before this series, Pat. He's just not on that level. He's not on the level of Brunson by any stretch, but he's definitely not in that first tier of guys that can carry a team across the line. The fact that they made that deal for Harden and they think that Harden is some kind of answer, good luck to them, because that's just never going to be the case given what we've seen. But I just don't know why, if you're Cleveland, you can look in the mirror and say, yep, if we bring everybody back and we bring Atkinson back, everything will be okay, and we're going to find a way to cross into that next step next year. No way. I don't see it happening.
Yeah, all right, so that was my next question for you. What is the plan now? Because they are already reportedly working on signing James Harden to a long-term extension, and they're bringing back Kenny Atkinson, 2 things that you don't really agree with, and I don't blame you one bit. So is it just running it back, or could there maybe somehow still be a big Giannis trade this summer, or could LeBron come here, outside of the team that we just saw get crushed by the Knicks, which, by the way, I got to laugh at James Harden saying they were the better team. They just didn't show it. I mean, You got swept and annihilated. How could you even possibly believe that? Outside of that team, are there any other big major moves they could make this offseason? They're going to be up against that second apron basically no matter what kind of move they try to make.
I don't see – let's take both of those scenarios really quickly. You have LeBron. Oh, man, homecoming, the bookend to the beginning of the career. Pat, at this stage of his career, LeBron's a hell of a player. LeBron on that team with the rest of those pieces is not enough to get them to some next point. I mean, that's the problem when you acquire Harden. The issues that Harden has had, disappearing in the playoffs, defensively he's getting worse. Clearly, look at the end of game one. Those don't get better with age. You don't turn around and things start to improve as time goes on. So I don't see that. And with Giannis, I think Giannis is still a hell of a dominant player. I do not believe that Giannis is going to be able to stay healthy for years and years down the line. I think we've already started to see it the last couple seasons. If you trade for Giannis, two things are going to happen. One, you're going to have to give him a boatload of money because he's going to want that extension. But two, if you make that move, then all of a sudden you're not getting back enough just with him to warrant giving up all that it would take to get him in the first place. So Cleveland's stuck. They're frustrated. I get it. The best interest of that team would be to make a lot more moves than bringing everybody back. They're not good enough. They're not going to be good enough next year. And the sooner they accept that, the better.
Nick, let's expand out wide and think about it from a historical perspective, what we witnessed in this series. Among the most dominant performances in Eastern Conference Finals history from beginning to end, where do the Knicks sweep of Cleveland rank to you, if any, if you can draw any examples of the past? And adding on to that, on a 1 to 10 scale, with 10 being the highest, how confident are the Knicks can hoist the Larry O'Brien, no matter if it's San Antonio or OKC?
Brad, I'm up to a 5, and it shocks me because a couple weeks ago I would have been at like a 2. I would have said you can never say nobody has no chance. But to see the way the Knicks have played and to just go, oh, well, it doesn't matter. Whoever wins the West, they're going to win. That's ridiculous. The Knicks are playing out of their minds. They have found a rhythm that teams don't usually find this far into the season. All the credit to them. Mike Brown, Jalen Brunson, Towns, who I've been down on for years and years. He's played great. You have to give credit when the credit is due. And for the New York Knicks, that credit is very due. To the point about the first question, historically, the numbers speak for themselves. There is nothing that I could point out to you where I go, all right, there was a demolition that I remember that was as vivid. I'm sure part of that is it's fresh in everybody's minds. I go back to like the Cavs playing the Raptors. Those usually were annihilations whenever they would see each other. But there's nothing that I can recall that was that dramatic, where you just had one team that was way, way better than the other one. But I think the Knicks have a legit chance. I would still sit here and tell you guys, and I've said it all year, I think the Thunder still have a little bit more than everybody else. But when you have Jalen Brunson and you have Brunson getting the guys like Anunoby and Towns and Hart and the names that we're going to talk about for the next few weeks, to say they don't have much of a chance, that's ridiculous. They have a really good chance, and they have a chance because they have hit their stride in a moment in time that everybody will remember for a long time.
No doubt about it. All right, let's pivot, and talk about Game 5 tonight between the Spurs and Thunder. Give us 2 to 3 key factors that you feel will ultimately decide tonight's matchup, and are half-court buzzer beaters by Wembanyama on that list, Nick?
No, they're not. That was, I don't want to say a fluke because clearly he practices that stuff, but Brad, to expect him to knock down another one of those, more power to him if he does. The first thing that pops in my mind as you ask that question is SGA. When you are in a 2-2 series with a finals berth that is hanging in the balance over these next few games, you go to your star. This is not about anybody that's not on the floor, AJ Mitchell, who's not going to be there. You have to lean on the guy that got you there. You have to lean on the two-time MVP. I expect him to have a big game tonight because he knows, like everybody else, what's on the line and how much everybody is going to be counting on him moving forward. The other guy that, as far as keys go, that pops right to mind is a guy who's kind of gotten lost in the shuffle in this series, at least at this point, and it's Chet Holmgren. I mean, guys, when you look at that Thunder team, you looked at SGA and what he could do, and J-Dub, and he's been on and off because of the injuries, but where is Chet Holmgren? He's got to be more of a force. He's got to be a guy that Mark Daigneault and that staff can lean on and say, hey, go get us a couple buckets, make a couple solid defensive plays. Far too often against the Spurs specifically over the course of this year, Chet just kind of disappears. If ever there was a moment in time where they need him to force his way into the conversation, it is tonight. But everything starts with the engine, and the engine of that group is SGA, and he's got to be the one that outplays Wemby in this kind of moment.
Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. We're, of course, talking with our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, Nick Friedel, right here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Nick, do you still feel like the Thunder can win this series if J-Dub doesn't suit up again for the rest of it? Jalen Williams, they've managed to get on okay without him here these last 3 games, winning 2 of them. But can they finish off this series without him? He's listed as questionable tonight. I wouldn't be too optimistic he plays. You still think Oklahoma City can win this series even if J-Dub doesn't step on the floor again for the rest of it?
Pat, I do, and the reason why is because they're so used to playing without him. Yes, he's unbelievable, and yes, if he does play, he gives them a different dimension. But they've gotten so used to and accustomed to being without him on the floor that when he's not out there, it's kind of like, all right, we know what to do. We've been here. We know it. Everything will be all right. That remains to be seen. You could sit there and have all the confidence in the world, and then game 5 starts and you go, uh-oh, we need somebody to help us score and get a little defensive motion in place. But I have believed always that the Thunder are who they are, and I still believe they would be my pick to win because of the depth. No matter who they seem to plug in, those guys know how to play, and they aren't afraid of the moment. Again, all well and good in the regular season, but this is the moment of truth. I just think that the Thunder have the muscle memory of having been through these type of games before. They won last year. They know they need 2 more, and they have home court. I think SGA has just enough to get them across, and if you get the boost from a couple of those other role players, you're going to have enough to carry them through and set up the matchup that would be a hell of a lot of fun to watch next week.
I think anything's going to be a hell of a lot of fun against the Knicks to watch next week. I will say that, Nick. Must-see TV without a doubt. Nick, let's look ahead to next year real quick. Last week, the All-NBA first team was released with, predictably, SGA, Wemby, and Jokic earning all 100 votes needed. Luka Doncic and Kay Cunningham also made the squad. Gazing into your crystal ball, give us 2 names, 1 a proven veteran, and 1 a rising star, not on this year's All-NBA first team, who you believe will be in contention to earn that honor next year. What veteran do you have? And give us a rising star as well.
Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. I'll start with the rising star because, Brad, I think this might be too big of a leap, but if we were throwing a flyer on him, I would probably put Cooper Flagg up there. I think he can make that big of a jump where you start to go, okay, like, is he this good this quickly? I know that is a hell of a jump, but I say that because I think with a year under his belt, and with the amount of talent that he has, when you start talking to guys around the league who they really believe in and who is that good already, Cooper Flagg's name comes up a whole hell of a lot. So is it a little too strong? Probably. But is he a guy that absolutely has the talent to get there over the next couple of years? Maybe next year. Yes, he is. As far as a star who isn't on there now who could be next year, I'd go back to the guy we touched on a couple minutes ago, and it's Giannis. And I say Giannis because he has been hurt. He has all this uncertainty in Milwaukee. Everybody, it seems like if now is the time to make the deal, this summer it's going to happen. So I say that going into next year because he's going to be motivated as hell to be out there. He's going to have to remind everybody, I'm still that good. I know what I can do. And if you get me in the right setting and my body's right, I can still dominate. So that would be a guy that I would trust to come out of this summer into next season with the mindset of, I'm going to go kick everybody's ass.
Love it.
We're talking with Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel here for another 2 minutes or so on BetMGM tonight. Nick, finally, let's finish off here with my Knicks because I'm on cloud nine. I can't be knocked off of it, but the doubters and the schedule pointers were out in full force last night to try to slow down the party. So was the East really that weak this year? And I just, if the Celtics or if the Pistons played the Knicks, yada, yada, you know what they say about your aunt, Nick, maybe, in general, maybe the Knicks are just on a historic heater right now. Where do you toe the line on the competition the Knicks have played in the playoffs?
Pat, the East was weak this year, flatly. I mean, let's start there. And I would also tell you that as far as matchups go, the Knicks, for as great as they have been, and we've said it all along in the last 20 minutes, they deserve all the credit that's coming their way. They're also another reminder to the rest of the league. If you hit the right matchups at the right time with a guy who gets really hot, like Brunson, I mean, you can do exactly what you're doing when you have the talent that they have. But in the end, to anybody who says, oh, it was a weaker year for the East and the matchups favored them and they didn't have to see Boston again. Well, tough bleep is what I would say to all those people. Your team is in the finals. The Knicks made it. They earned the right to be there, and they have a hell of a lot of talented players. I mean, that gets lost in any of these conversations. I take myself, I never thought that Towns would be such a key piece of a winning team. I'd watched him from the beginning in Minnesota, and I saw him mature these last couple of years in this environment, and he deserves the credit. I think it's a reminder, especially this Knicks group, that you can think certain things about certain players, but when they win over and over again, the narrative changes. What pops into my head, guys, I mean, I've spent a lot of time around the Warriors the last 6-7 years. Think about Andrew Wiggins. He leaves Minnesota. He goes to the Warriors, and it's like, Andrew Wiggins, really? Andrew Wiggins was the second best player on that title team they won a few years ago behind Steph Curry. Forever, he changed what people thought of him. I don't know if the Knicks are going to make it all that way, but Towns is in the process of changing the story. So on a much broader part to all this, the East wasn't as good as it can be. The Knicks did catch some breaks in how they got there, but none of that stuff matters because all anybody will remember is whether they win or lose this series. And the fact that they've brought so much joy to so many people all over the country that follow this team and love what they do night to night is a reminder of how much impact you can have when you get the right pieces in place and they're pulling in the same direction.
Good answer. It's a great answer, Nick. We appreciate it, man. And here's the good thing. When we talk with you next week, we'll have more time, one last little bit of Knicks glazing to get through and pumping up before the finals begins. But we're going to know by this time next week whether your prediction and my prediction was right on whether it's going to be Knicks Thunder or if it really is Wemby and the Spurs time to have their moment in the sun and get to their finals appearance, if it's going to be Knicks Spurs. So until then, can't wait to catch up with you, brother. Thanks as always for the time, and talk to you in a week.
always, guys, and I'd say this to close, Pat, the league would love nothing more if it's Wemby versus the Knicks. The Knicks and anybody's a great thing for the league, the ratings, all that stuff. If you put Victor Wembanyama at this stage of his career and you introduce him to a mass audience in the finals, either way, the NBA is going to be happy. If you get that matchup right now, I mean, the tower, the Olympic Tower in New York City is going to have people popping champagne all over the place because of how much it means to the growth of the game day after day.
Yeah. And I'd love nothing more than to wipe that smirk off Becky Hammond's face. I'll tell you that much. Brunson, small player, can't lead their team to the finals. Cannot wait. Can't wait. Nick, appreciate it, brother.
You got it, guys. Talk to you later.
See you, Nick.
That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. And again, Brad, I've said this before to you. I've said it to producer Brandon Combs, who Combs has been on the Spurs since the get-go this year, November, December, talking them up, talking up Wemby. I would love, I think it's the easier matchup for the Knicks to play the Spurs, but I also want to be right in my predictions. And I'm sure so do you, and so does Nick. And so I've been saying all along, Knicks Thunder. And at this point, I guess I'm happy either way. Either my prediction's right and the Knicks play the Thunder, or my prediction's wrong, and I think the Knicks have the easier matchup against San Antonio.
You and me, amigo, are what they say, playing with house money. You don't give a damn if it's the Thunder or the Spurs. You're just happy the Knicks are there. And quite frankly, I think it's going to be a stellar series regardless of who the opponent's going to be for NYK.
That's a good point. Number to join the show, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we got some breaking news. Player arrested for the Green Bay Packers. It's a star player. You ever want to hear about this? We'll tell you what it could mean for Green Bay this offseason when we return, plus some other hot topics from over the weekend as well. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is an all-time team, no matter what happens moving forward. And if the Knicks lose in the NBA Finals, which they could, obviously, they're going to be an underdog no matter who they play, they will lose to another all-time team. They'll either lose to the Thunder, who will be winning their second straight championship, or they'll lose to the alien, the freak, Victor Wembanyama. But that does not mean, even if they lose, that this is not an all-time team. It doesn't mean that. This is an all-time team. And the only evidence you need for that, and we can talk about the fact that this is the great, literally, not figuratively, literally, the greatest 11-game, they're on an 11-game playoff winning streak, right? This is the greatest 11-game run in the history of professional basketball. This is the Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington Generals for 3 straight playoff series. After CJ McCollum made his jumpers, how cute that was in Atlanta. Remember Atlanta? Long time ago, right? The Knicks haven't lost in over 30 days. That's how long it's been. 11-game win streak. They win every game by 1,000,000 points. Best point differential by a team in the history of the NBA playoffs entering the finals, and people still think, oh, you know what they say? You know what people say? It's incredible to me. And they say it because they hate the Knicks. That's why. And I don't even want to do the New Yorker thing, but, let's just tell the truth. Here's my question for everybody. What if this were the Boston Celtics? What would people be saying if this were the Detroit Pistons? What would they say if it were the Cleveland Cavaliers? What would you say if this were the San Antonio Spurs? Or the Oklahoma City Thunder? Or the Minnesota Timberwolves? Or basically any team that doesn't employ LeBron James or the New York Knicks? What would you say? you'd be saying, oh my God, this team's unbelievable. They're great. But with the Knicks, what do people say? Not everybody, but what do people say? Well, who have they beaten? Look at the schedule. Okay, let's look at the schedule. This is not the New England Patriots basically getting a magic carpet like laid out in front of them, to roll out the red carpet, taking them to the Super Bowl. Like barely scraping by Jarrett Stidham in the AFC Championship game, CJ Stroud throwing 15 interceptions in the divisional round. That was still a game. This isn't that. They win every game by 1,000,000 points. They're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. They don't get a chance to play the great teams because they're the best team. And then they beat everybody by 1,000,000, which is what you want a great team to do when you play a team that might not be great. And it's still not enough for people. And it's because you hate the Knicks. And if you're out there and you're like, man, yeah, like who the hell have they played? If they haven't played anybody, why are we talking? They're not that great. Why are you saying this? Just admit, you can think whatever you want. Just admit you hate them. Admit that you don't like the Knicks. You don't like the way the fans go nuts outside the games. You don't like the fact that we celebrated a win against the Hawks in the first round during COVID, like we had won Game 7 of the World Series. You don't like it. You don't like New York. I don't care. Just admit it. Just admit it. Because if you can't be honest and objective about what this is, what can you be honest and objective about? It's staring at you right in the face. Aside from the fact that this is now legitimately, literally, the most dominant run in the history of professional basketball. Not in the playoffs, not in the regular season, all of it under one big-ass umbrella. How about this? The Knicks have now won 11 consecutive playoff games, joining elite company in accomplishing this prestigious feat. Here are the list of teams that have won 11 straight postseason games, like the Knicks have. So get down 2-1 to Atlanta, 3-4-4. Do the math, 11. The 1989 Los Angeles Lakers, the 99 San Antonio Spurs, which Knicks fans remember beat us in the finals, the 01 Lakers, and the 2017 Golden State Warriors.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Huge shout out, as always, to our guy, Nick Friedel, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider. Cannot wait to catch up with him next week on the eve of Game 1 of the NBA Finals. And this from our friends at BetMGM. BetMGM players will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. To use the Parlay Boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with that token, you will receive extra winnings. All right, Brad, we've got a bunch of really good NFL news to get to, and then all of a sudden this got thrown on the pile here 20 minutes ago.
Right.
Josh Jacobs has been arrested. Green Bay Packers, former first-team All-Pro with the Raiders, and also Pro Bowl running back Josh Jacobs of the Green Bay Packers has been arrested. He has turned himself in to Hobart/Lawrence PD, which is in Wisconsin, but he is vehemently denying these allegations. Those allegations being several domestic violence charges, including battery, domestic abuse, disorderly conduct, and intimidation of a victim. According to Brown County jail records, the strangulation and suffocation charge, which is part of the disorderly conduct, those are felonies. The other 4 charges are misdemeanors. And again, we're going to see how this plays out. Hobart Lawrence PD said it's an active and ongoing investigation. No further information released at this time. Rappaport and Pelissero and Schefter reporting to it as well. The Green Bay Packers have said that it's an ongoing legal situation. They will withhold further comment. So again, we have to see how this plays out. And a couple months ago, remember Stephon Diggs was accused of all these things, a lot of these things. And then he had his court date just, 2 weeks ago, and basically was found completely innocent. So we have to find out how this plays out, and it might take weeks, it might take months, but for the time being, Josh Jacobs today arrested on all of those charges. He's denying the allegations, but this is potentially a massive, massive issue here for the Green Bay Packers. And again, like we said, this has to be played out here in a legal, ongoing matter. But man, this is certainly not what you want to see if you're a Packers fan.
Yeah, the allegations are dark and disturbing, to say the least. And you're right. Jurisdiction has to be carried out. We have to find out exactly what's going to fold and due process and everything else. So, we can't really read into how much time is he going to potentially miss because we don't know. We don't know if there's any wrongdoing there. We don't know how severe the charge is going to be in the end. Are they going to stick in a court of law? That will be determined down the stretch. But regardless of any of that does stick, he is going to be subject to the NFL conduct policy, right? Because there's going to be a league-wide investigation in regards to that. So he may not get punishment in a court of law necessarily, but he could undergo punishment in the NFL's court of law. So there is a possibility he could miss games. Now, is it going to, happen as soon as this season? The runway is still, rather long. Obviously, you have the entire summer months to play out. So I wouldn't say it's completely off the table. But, you look at the depth chart right now for the Green Bay Packers. They don't have Emmanuel Wilson on this roster anymore as he signed a deal with the Seattle Seahawks and is going to be a part of that committee along with Jadarian Price, the rookie out of Notre Dame, on really a 1A, 1B sort of scenario. So Chris Brooks is really kind of the next man up. Now, he's a guy who only had 28 carries last season, was pretty good on a per-touch efficiency basis, 3.07 yak per attempt. Not to scoff at there. Forced tackle over 21% of his touches on the ground. Again, that's a laudable outcome, a laudable tally in both those categories. Marshawn Lloyd is somebody a lot of people hyped up a couple of seasons ago, but the hamstrings have never really stayed intact and healthy. But he is a speedster and a guy that could be a nice complementary weapon. And then let's say hypothetically it does go down a terrible path for Josh Jacobs, and he does commit a crime of some kind of punishment. He's going to miss some substantial time due to suspension as a result, just hypothetically speaking. What do the Packers do with the trade market? Would they entertain maybe pick up the phone and dialing the Arizona Cardinals? Because the Cardinals are going to pack it up, pack it in. They're arguably the worst team in the NFL, and they got a ton of running backs on that roster right now. As we know, they spent the high draft capital on Jeremiah Love. He's going to be the money man. Tyler Algier is going to be the second back. What about James Conner? I know he's coming off a nasty injury, but not ready to hang up the cleats just yet. He could come in, be a veteran presence, and a guy that could carry, some of the load in a full-blown RBBC in the Green Bay offense. That's a possibility. Trey Benson, also a possibility, also in Arizona, kind of a forgotten man who for a fleeting moment last season was the number one running back on that roster before he was felled by an injury that cost him the rest of the season. What about maybe an Alvin Kamara, who, it's unknown whether he's going to come back with the Saints and have a substantial role, as he is going to definitely be likely a second fiddle to Travis Etienne now down in the Crescent City. And last and certainly not least, maybe they could shake the tree and entertain the services of, say, a Tony Pollard, who's with the Tennessee Titans, who are still rebuilding. So if the right deal landed in that front office's lap, maybe they would entertain dealing Pollard services for whatever draft picks deem in return. So, Connor, Benson, Alvin Kamara, Pollard makes sense. A couple of free agents that are out there, Najee Harris and Joe Mixon as well. But Mixon, that foot injury, it's a great unknown if he's ever going to play another snap in the NFL. And Najee Harris has certainly lost a step, though I think he's not even 30 years old yet. Those could be guys pulled off the scrap heap and potentially sign and see what they can bring in training camp. So in other words, long story short, a lot of unknowns tie this Josh Jacobs situation. One we're going to closely monitor here as we gather information on BetMGM tonight, because he is a massive substantive player in this offense who right now, based on what's available in free agency and what is on this roster, is irreplaceable.
Yeah, and look, and you still have other free agents that just off of like namesake, you're like, oh yeah, but then you got to factor, pretty disgruntling or pretty disturbing season-ending injuries last year. A lot of question marks. Joe Mixon didn't even play last year. He's still available in free agency. Yep. Najee Harris, Austin Eckler, Antonio Gibson, Nick Chubb, Raheem Mostert, Kareem Hunt. Like, is that something that the Packers, again, if worst case scenario plays out, Josh Jacobs faces severe discipline here in the near future, where do the Green Bay Packers turn to in the running back room? Or does it become a trade scenario? Like you said, Brian, that's something that right now Brian Gutekunst has got to be very actively monitoring here over the next several weeks. It is May 26th, but we're going to have training camp in less than 2 months here, man. So this is something the Packers would obviously like a resolution on soon. But as often is the case, I think the Stephon Diggs thing kind of played out rather quickly, and that was 4 months. Are we getting a resolution on Josh Jacobs before the season begins, one way or another? I don't know. And so what is Green Bay going to do as, again, Josh Jacobs arrested today on battery, domestic abuse charges, and more, booked in a county jail. Reportedly, no bail was set, but he is, through his lawyers, denying the allegations. 310-840-4910. That's the number to join the show, 310-840-4910. All right, let's take a short break. When we come back, we'll do a little buy, sell, hold. Some of the big news over the weekend here, including an update on Brad Combs and Monty's Cubbies, who are trending towards a 10th straight loss. We'll get that when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Nothing about what I'm about to say is political or is meant to be either an endorsement or criticism of a politician or party. I put this take out on social media, and a lot of people, mostly Donald Trump fans, President Trump fans, got really mad. This is not an anti-Trump take or an anti-Republican take, just like it isn't a pro-Democrat take or an anti-Democrat take. It is a statement of what I believe Jackson Dart, I feel like he aired, and it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has to do with the fact that Jackson Dart has involved himself with politics. So in case you missed it, Giants quarterback Jackson Dart, who's basically like a social media quarterback at this point, like showed some flashes his rookie season. Also, is anyone, and I've been saying this for months. This has nothing to do with what just happened with the president. Nothing to do with it. Are we sure Jackson Dart's good? Are we sure about that? That he's good? We don't know yet, right? Fair to say. Maybe he'll be great. Maybe he won't be. We don't know the answer is all I'm saying. He's social media quarterback. He's at the Met Gala wearing this ridiculous outfit. God bless him. You can wear whatever you want. Lots of ridiculous outfits. I wear ridiculous outfits, some people would say. Whatever. He's got the Instagram model girlfriend. Again, nothing wrong with that. She's beautiful. God bless him. I'm just saying, this is a quarterback who clearly enjoys the trappings and like the everything positive that comes with fame, and he hasn't accomplished anything yet. Fair or unfair for me to say that? It's fair, right? So he introduces President Trump at this event. Do I think that on the surface there's anything wrong with introducing the president at an event? There shouldn't be, whether the president's a Republican or a Democrat. It's the president of the United States. The reason why I have an issue with it, though, is because that's not how American society works. Politics are extraordinarily divisive. So people can get mad at Abdul Carter, Giants pass rusher, for putting out on social media, I thought this was AI, the video of Dart introducing the president. And then Abdul Carter has to walk it back, saying, well, Dart and I had a man-to-man conversation, and everyone leave your narratives at the door. And Abdul Carter can get criticized for that, and that's fine. My point would be, and again, I would say the same thing if Dart introduced communist mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance. It doesn't matter. When you get involved with politics, you open yourself up to criticism. So you can get mad at Abdul Carter for what he said, and that's fine. You can feel however you want. It's a free country, right? The bottom line is Abdul Carter's not put in a position to do that if Jackson Dart doesn't do what he did. And it's nothing to do with the president in office or the party. Politics are divisive. You're the starting quarterback of one of the legacy franchises in the NFL in the biggest media market, and you haven't accomplished anything yet. It doesn't mean he can't accomplish things. I'm just saying he hasn't yet. No one sees the problem with this? That someone should be advising him like, hey, maybe don't do this. Again, does it bother me that he supports the president? No. Does it bother me that Abdul Carter was upset? No. It's a free country. I would say the same thing if Dart introduced a Democrat. It has nothing to do with Republican or Democrat, Trump or otherwise. I don't like the position that Dart put himself in and put the team in. And I am a Giants fan saying that. Plus, Roy Robertson Harris just tore his Achilles. No depth at defensive tackle after the Dexter Lawrence trade. Malik Neighbors might not be ready for week 1. Are the vibes good right now with the Giants?
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Let's get to your texts and your calls here. Let's start out on the text line, which again, 310-840-4910. A 324 number, I believe this is. 324 area code, which I'm not sure where that would be. 324 area code. Let's find out. Northeastern Florida. All right. Now, again, if you do text us, feel free. Add in your name and where you're from so we can feature you on the show. This doesn't have a name or a city, so we're just going with the 324 area code. And they text in Knicks on a magical run and will deliver their first title since 73. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And if you're not down with that, if you're down with that, give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Brad. All right. So we got a Nick believer in the house. We love to hear that. I know we got another Nick believer in the house as well. 310-840-4910. Let's get to Ross, who's in New Jersey, next up on line 1 on BetMGM Tonight. Ross, what's up, brother?
What's going on, fellas? It still doesn't feel real to me, Pat. I got to be honest with you. You know how many times, you know my rundown of teams. I don't need to list the heartbreak I've gone through. I just watched David Peterson give up a bunt to load the bases, nobody away. And obviously my Vikings, my Rangers, no different. Rangers have probably given me the most joy. And every single time what I have to watch series is go 6, and most of the time 7 games, go the distance, leave you at the edge of your seat and half your fingernails chewed off. So for once, to not only get one of these runs where to say you kick your feet back and put your hands behind your head would be an understatement, Pat. These games are over before the opening tip. I've never seen a team quit like Cleveland did in Game 3, and I don't even know why they wasted the gas on their cars, the electricity in the arena, even packing the arena in the first place. That was just a collective waste of money to even host that Game 4, man. I'm saying I've never seen a run like this. I think statistically nobody ever has seen a run like this ever in sports. I mean, well, you guys brought up the numbers before, the point differential, these games legitimately being done, forget halftime, third quarter, early on in the first half. You could tell the game's done when you blink and you see 20-0 run on the scoreboard, man. I feel like I'm not enjoying this run enough because it feels like I haven't even seen too much basketball. It feels like these games are like 4 or 5 minutes long and we're already popping the champagne. The game's over. But Pat, I mean, words can't describe this run, man. We've talked about it a bunch of times. We thank Thibs. We shake his hand and salute him for what he's done for us, man. But he couldn't, hold a candle compared to what Mike Brown's done for us just in this 3 weeks alone, let alone the entire year, man. And 4 wins away. And one last thing, bro, all the names I'm seeing with the Cleanthony Earlys, the Kyle O'Quinns that I'm seeing on my TL, the Emmanuel Moutiers, it's just my entire Twitter feed. And we're 4 wins away from all that pain and suffering we dealt with for years on decades coming into Final Four, man. I'm so psyched, Pat.
Ross, that's great stuff, man. Really appreciate it. Again, kind of echoing, I think, a lot of the sentiments we shared in the opening segment when we talked about it on the show, and echoing a lot of the same sentiments that Knicks fans feel. Again, all the salute and the praise and the thank you to Tom Thibodeau, Tibbs, for getting the Knicks out of the mud. But yeah, that was the reason Leon Rose, who I haven't even mentioned tonight, he deserves all the credit in the world, all the gambles, all the risks, the calculated risks, and the risk of firing Tibbs when you could say, wow, he gets the Knicks to the conference finals. One step further from the year before. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We felt the writing was on the wall, and Mike Brown, it took him until the Knicks were down 2-1 in the first round of the playoffs to really kind of turn this engine on and roar this puppy up to what we were expecting and hoping to see. But these last 11 games are a byproduct of that. So I don't think it was ever coming with Tibbs, Brad, and that's why, that's a big topic of debate. It was this entire year amongst Knicks fans, and I tweeted it out. I was like, those who clung on to Tom Thibodeau as Knicks fans, I still love you guys, as long as you admit you were horribly, horribly wrong. And I guess, look, in theory, could the Knicks get swept in the finals? And then, you could still have some people say, well, the Knicks could have done that with Tibbs. I don't know, but I still think Mike Brown, the way this offense operates, we didn't see that the last 3-4 years with the Knicks. You didn't see it. And then Ross is right. To say that this is a kick your feet up and heads behind the hand series was an understatement. Popping champagne before the game started. I know why Cleveland filled up the arena and turned on the electricity so that all the Knicks fans could take over the building and basically run Cleveland out of their own building. That's why they did it.
Yeah, precisely. There were not enough garage beers, I think, in the arsenal to numb the pain for Travis Kelce being in attendance. There were Taylor Swift. I mean, it was just a throttling, epic beatdown, unbelievable proportions by the New York Knicks and silencing all in attendance there in C-Town. And we see examples of this in college basketball often. And a lot of coaches go out there and recruit top-level players. That coach doesn't live up to the hype or goes to another gig. And then the next coach steps in, alters a couple things in the system, and guys then are unleashed. And that's what you're seeing at the NBA level right now. Tibbs laid the groundwork, but this team is flourishing under the new administration, calling all the right shots. And these guys are just stepping into these roles and delivering in every facet of the game. And sometimes that's what you need to unlock your team's full potential. And we're seeing it right now.
Yeah, agreed. 310-840-4910. All right, let's do a little buy, sell, hold here, Brad. What's the premise of what we're about to get into here right now?
Yeah, among the following statements that I wrote, decide whether you're willing to buy, sell, or hold on those statements. So, it's kind of a confidence level one. And let's go with the first statement since we're on the Knicks. It's about your beloved. So go for it.
Yeah, the Knicks will push either San Antonio or Oklahoma City, which, by the way, you already do have hypothetical series prices for either one of those finals. And both OKC and San Antonio more than a minus 200 favorite against the Knicks, which I find downright disrespectful. So Brad wrote the Knicks will push either San Antonio or Oklahoma City to the series extent, 7 games in the NBA Finals. Brad, I'll let you start it off. You buying that? You selling it? You holding it?
I'm buying it. I think this NBA Finals, no matter the opponent, is going to deliver on all the hype. Mi amigo. Again, the Knicks, they're just a rolling boulder getting downhill. Later's the Lost Ark style, and they're smushing everybody in their path. They have the highest by a significant margin, as I talked earlier in the show, in net efficiency. I understand it may be a step up in competition, whether it's San Antonio or Oklahoma City. But it's not really going to hose down the Knicks. They're not going to cool off. They're going the full 7 games in the NBA Finals. And dare I say, this might be one of the most entertaining NBA Finals we have seen this decade.
Wow. I'm going to sell it. I'm going to sell it because I still think the Thunder are winning, and I still think it's going to be Knicks Thunder. And I'm going to sell it. They're not going to push them to 7 games. If the Knicks offense continues like this, they're going to win in 6 or less. And oppositely, and I'm not hedging here, I still think the Knicks are going to win the title. We made our bracket predictions before the playoffs began, and I predicted Thunder over the Knicks. And I said, honestly, wouldn't surprise me if the Thunder sweep the Knicks. I've changed since then, obviously. I mean, the last 11 games, how could I not? But I will say this. If the Knicks offense does not operate how they've been operating the last 11 games, it will be a quick series, and OKC might beat them in 5. OKC might beat them in 6. Either way, I just don't think we'll see a 7-game series. I don't know. I could be proven wrong.
Okay.
I don't know, Brad. I feel like the Knicks offense is going to determine whether they dominate and win in, I guess, stunningly dominant fashion, or if the Knicks offense gets rusty and cannot recapture this magic for the last 11 games and they lose it quickly. Either way, I'm going to sell. I don't think the NBA Finals is going 7 games. If it's the Spurs, and I'm wrong about the Thunder, then I could see it, maybe. But let's move on here. Let's get to your Cubbies from one end of the spectrum to the other. They were down 5-1 last time I checked, and it's still 5-1. Yep, halfway to losing their 10th in a row. The Cubs, 2-12 in their last 14 games, continue down their dark path, largely play unreliable baseball, and finish at best number 2 in a very competitive NL Central. Brad, you buying, selling, or holding?
I'm going to hold on this because we know what the Cubs are capable of when they are hot and actually hitting. With those 2 10-game win streaks, they were otherworldly in late April and early May. So we know what they can bring to the table when the bats are actually striking the ball. But the month of May so far, they're number 24 in WRC plus in Major League Baseball, number 21 in ERA. They're even worse than expected ERA at number 28. They have got to make a deal right stinking now for some pitching, whether the back end or whether the starting rotation. So that reason alone, I'm going to hold. They ain't dead yet, but my God, they're about to lose their 10th straight game. This is outlandish how frigid they are right now.
Yeah, I'm buying it. I'm buying it in the sense of I'm sticking to my preseason prediction and that the Brewers were going to win the division and the Cubbies were going to be a wild card team. Again, they're incredible. I mean, you want to talk about keeping you on the edge of your seat. 2 10-game winning streaks, a 9-game losing streak that is on its way to being a 10-game losing streak. They're the only team in Major League Baseball history to do that, and it's May 26th. May 26th. So, again, I always thought from the start of the season they would be a wild card team at best. I still feel that way, but I did predict in the beginning of the year, despite being a wild card team, I thought it was going to be Cubbies-Yankees World Series. I don't know about that anymore. Because this team, man, I just don't know how you make up for all those pitching injuries. But they are intriguing, to say the least, one way or another. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll hit our 3-point stance on the Tennessee Titans. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
We have a lack of accountability problem in this country. And you see it all over the place. And the Cleveland Cavaliers are emblematic of it. And I guarantee you that Dan Gilbert, billionaire, is looking at this thinking, how the hell do I get out of this? What do I do to blow this up? And if he's not, that's how he should be thinking. No accountability. Just like the person who's not performing at his job and blames his, well, my boss isn't nice to me. Look in the mirror. Or the person that can't lose weight, but it doesn't go to the gym. Says, oh, you know what? My metabolism's not great. And what am I supposed to do when there's free pizza at the office? I don't know. Don't be a fat slob. Drink some water. Put down the soda. Get on the treadmill. Better your life. Do something. Stop blaming everybody else. Look in the mirror. No accountability. No accountability. None. You get your ass kicked, and what do you say? Well, analytics say we should be winning. You're not. They're not living in reality. Donovan Mitchell, we played with our food. Are you kidding? James Harden, genuinely, I feel like we're the better team. Where's the accountability? I'm not trying to be a jerk here. If this were my team and they said this, I'd say the same thing. I'd be even more pissed if it were my team. How do you, after a failure of this magnitude in a spot this big, not get up there in front of the media and say, we got our asses kicked? There's nothing else to say. Like, they were the better team, they kicked our ass. It doesn't need the qualifier of, well, we played with our food. Well, actually, I think we're better. The process says, like, what is it? Get Sam Hinkie on. What does Sam Hinkie think? What does what does the process think? Are we serious? Like, should the Baltimore Ravens, I don't even want to turn this into it. The Ravens are catching strays here. Like, hang the banner. Sultans of spreadsheets, dominators of DVOA, excellence of EPA. Hang the banner. The Cleveland Cavaliers analytically only lost this series 4-2. Hang the banner, Cleveland. Are you kidding? I would be so pissed if I were a Cavs fan with this reaction. Because it shows you, and this is a dramatic statement I'm going to make, but I'd like for someone to argue with me. This core is never going to win. And it's not just that they're not going to win because maybe Donovan Mitchell is not good enough to be the number one option on a championship team. I don't even mean that as an insult. You know how good you have to be the number one option on a championship team? Evan Mobley, I think, took a step this postseason, but he's not what people thought he was going to be. Not yet, at least. And then there's James Harden. Like, what do you even say at this point? It's not even because of the on-court product. That's not even the reason. And that's a really good reason why they're never going to win. They're never going to win because they have no accountability. That's why. Because this is the attitude. You get wiped off the face of the earth and you say, no, you know what? We are better. We're better. Could you imagine? What do you even say? The better team. You lost by 37 points in a closeout game at home. We're better. Analytically, we are better. We played with our food. Stop it.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. We have talked multiple times, and we'll continue to tonight, about the Knicks' dominant win over the Cavs yesterday. Another sweep for the Knicks. They're in the finals for the first time in 27 years. As a diehard Knicks fan, I still can't believe it. It feels like a dream. We also talked about the Cavs side of things. Reportedly, they're going to bring back Kenny Atkinson, and they're going to try to re-sign James Harden to an extension. Your thoughts on that? Anything from the Eastern Conference Finals, 310-840-4910. We previewed Spurs Thunder Game 5 tonight, which is in about 30 minutes from now. And we talked some football news. Josh Jacobs arrested on some pretty disturbing charges. But again, the legal process has to play out. But how could that affect the Green Bay Packers? Some of the big topics we've been getting into tonight. Brad, before we get to our 3-point stance, our off-season, little addition that we've been doing here on all the teams in draft order as we work our way towards mandatory minicamp and training camp, we do have breaking news for the Spurs Thunder Game 5 tonight. And that is kind of as expected. J-Dub, Jalen Williams, out again tonight for Oklahoma City. He's going to miss his 3rd straight game since he re-aggravated that left hamstring injury in Game 2. He is out, and A.J. Mitchell is out as well for Oklahoma City. He is missing his 2nd straight game after he got hurt in Game 3. And again, the Thunder, they are a very short favorite here, 3.5, 4.5 points on BetMGM. But again, no J-Dub, no Jalen Williams. That came down just moments ago, so tip off in about 30 minutes. And obviously, Brad and I will have you covered with live in-game analysis and reaction throughout the game. But, Brad, let's get to the Titans here, because we hit on the Raiders, who had the 1st pick. We hit on the Jets, who had the 2nd. We hit on the Cardinals last week, who have the 3rd. We've worked our way to number 4 with the Tennessee Titans. And, again, big changes in the coaching staff here. Robert Saleh gets another crack. He's the head coach. Another former New York coach, Brian Daboll's now the offensive coordinator. But it's now Cam Ward in year 2, coming off a disappointing rookie season, and he's got some new weapons alongside him. They bring along Wan'Dale Robinson. They draft Carnell Tate, and the defense should be improved after some nice moves in free agency and in the draft. But overall, the big question mark this season is, can Brian Daboll take Cam Ward and turn him into the franchise quarterback that the Titans are hoping for? Your thoughts on if that's going to be the case, Brad? What do you think? Year 2 for Cam Ward.
Yeah, Cam Ward reportedly has dropped 10 lbs as well. So a little bit better shape, slender. And, a lot of people overhype the weight gain or weight loss for certain players that are out there. But there's no mistake, this roster on paper is better. The coaching staff is proven and better. So they should be able to move in the right direction, but still going to be a building block kind of process. I don't think with a snap of the fingers overnight, they're all of a sudden become like an 8-win team, maybe even a 7-win team when it's all said and done. I still think despite the upgrades on defense, that is a unit that's not overly impressive overall. They could obviously prove me wrong. I still think they're going to be bottom half this year, probably another year away from getting some additional pieces to really get up in that top half, not quite the upper echelon, but at least the top half of the league across the EPA data, across the board defensively. Offensively, Carnell Tate, a massive addition to this roster. They were kind of devoid of reliable pass catchers last season. Calvin Ridley, another year older, coming off another injury. It's definitely going to fall into the shadows of Carnell Tate, who looked spectacular in his OTA's debut. And then, of course, got Tony Pollard still there, Tyjae Spears, a change of pace option, some decent tight ends, and Gunnar Helm on the roster. Like, there's some encouragement, some encouraging signs overall for the Tennessee Titans, but it's baby steps, folks. Again, it's not going to be a quantum leap difference from last year to this year, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, look, it comes down to this offense though. Their defense, despite having multiple players hurt last year, was actually they were respectable. Titans middle of the pack in terms of yards allowed per game. In terms of their passing defense, that was really their weakness. It was their secondary that kept getting burned. But in terms of stopping the run, we know they've got a big feisty front. They were in the top half of the league. But again, it was the inability for the offense to hold the ball. They weren't good in the red zone, and so they were in the bottom 5 in points allowed per game. 28 points per game allowed last year, and special teams was a big problem for them as well. So again, they got rid of Brian Callahan. So it's, can this Titans offense take the next jump? You bring in 2 former New York coaches who were longtime coordinators. Both then failed with the Jets and the Giants. Can Saleh and Dable get this team to where they need to be here? Let's get to our 3-point stance here, Brad, and let's start with some fantasy football here as we are at the end of May. You mentioned OTAs. We got mandatory mini camp just about a week away, 2 weeks away for every team in the NFL, and training camp around the corner. So as we're sizing up this Titans offense, you mentioned a bunch of the names already. Who do you think brings the best value from this Titans offense that was very severely lacking firepower last year?
Yeah, everybody overlooks Tony Pollard every single year, it seems like, and they immediately write him off. He goes for dirt cheap in a lot of fancy drafts. We're talking about standard snake drafts or auction/salary cap exercises. And, this year, so far, based on the ADP, average draft position, more of the same, as he is RB31 in average best ball drafts right now, 88.16 overall, Pat. And I think that's a steal of a deal. You're basically giving it like an RB3, RB4 price. And he's a guy that in a 12-team format, I think is going to be in the RB2 conversation. Mike Clay at ESPN is kind of projected for 1,076 rush yards, 6 rushing touchdowns, 30 receptions, 180 receiving yards, just inside the RB top 30. He's got the 6th easiest projected strength of schedule for a fantasy running back after having one of the hardest last season, so that's encouraging. He was number 16 in yak per attempt last season. Now, let's go off out there. Number 22 in missed tackles forced. Number 20 in yards created. Again, solid production across the board. He saw 67.2% of the opportunity share. I think at a minimum, it's going to be a 60-40 split between him and Spears. And if Ward does take that step forward overall with Carnell Tate now in tow, that is only going to lighten those fronts and give him more exploitable running lanes that he could take advantage of. And a guy who's still south of 30 years old. So sign me up for Tony Pollard, man. I'll go the extra buck. I'll go the extra round to acquire his services, because right now he's highly affordable and a guy I think is going to turn a tidy profit.
Yeah, again, 4 straight years of 1,000 yards rushing for Tony Pollard. I agree with you. It feels like everybody's like, it's like, ooh, Tony Pollard, ooh. And yet the guy puts up 1,000 yards almost every single year and a handful of touchdowns. So I agree with you. The value you're getting there is, like you said, somebody that's a running back 3 or 4, and he's going to get the majority of the touches. That's for damn sure. And, as he stays healthy, probably could book him for 1,000 rushing yards again. I'm going to go with the newest receiver via free agency, not Carnell Tate. Give me the guy in the slot that I think is going to have a big impact on this offense, because he's got his former head coach with him now. Give me Wan'Dale Robinson for the Titans. Wide receiver number 46, average draft position of 108. So if you got a 10-team league, you're getting him in round 11. If you got a 12-team league, you're getting him in round 9, close to round 10. Rondale Robinson last year with the Giants, 1,000 receiving yards, 4 touchdowns, but 92 catches. So again, you're playing in a PPR. I mean, he averaged 6 catches a game last year. And that was for a Giants offense that had some ups and downs, right? At the beginning of the year, and then Jackson Dart took over, and Malik Neighbors got hurt. So yes, he basically became the number 1 receiver. But the guy on the outside is a rookie who they just drafted in Carnell Tate. So again, Ryan Dable, he's going to have plenty of plays drawn up for Wan'Dale Robinson. That I am sure of. And I would think Cam Ward, yes, he wants to get chemistry going with Carnell Tate, but also he knows he's got a reliable vet in the slot that can get yards after the catch, and that is Wan'Dale Robinson's specialty. His route tree, I mean, it is very blooming. He can run all the freaking routes in the book. He could play on the outside, but he's going to primarily play in the slot, I would think, here on this team. Playing in the slot at over 60% of the snaps last year. So that's just screams reliability. And it's a guy that has only missed 2 games in the last 3 years in Wan'Dale Robinson. So I think he's going to be involved. He is durable, and he's got a play caller that obviously trusts him. So I'll go Wan'Dale Robinson, who gives you the most fantasy football value for the Tennessee Titans. Brad, your favorite player or team prop for Tennessee this year would be what?
I'm going to go with Cam Ward and give me the over on 3,300.5 pass yards at a -110 juice there at our friends at BetMGM. Look, I know Ward looked like a young and inexperienced quarterback. He was definitely the definition of a greenhorn last season, number 33 in adjusted completion percentage. But you peel back the layers of the onion. He was number 15 in deep ball completion percentage, quite respectable there. He's even better in the red zone at number 3 in red zone completion percentage, and the total air yards at number 12 overall. So a guy that can uncork down the field. And the cupboard was bare, again, with some of the weapons that he had. With the upgrades, you mentioned Wan'Dale Robinson, a water bug underneath, working out of the slot, sure-handed, get really creative in that offense with him on some high percentage throws. And then you bring in Carnell Tate, who's slick, who's savvy, can run every single round the tree. He's got reliable hands. He's not a blazing speed kind of guy, but, man, he showed up and showed out in OTAs, and I think that could carry over to the regular season. He only completed 59.8% of his attempts last season, threw for 3,169 yards as well. But if the defense is only slightly improved, which I think is going to be the case, that's going to put them in some shootout affairs, which only bolster the opportunities through the air. I think he could, blaze by this number. It could be like 3,700 passing yards when it's all said and done for Cam Ward in year numero dos. So give me the over 3,300.5 pass yards at -110. Again, at our friends at BetMGM.
Yeah, I like that because I am kind of simpatico with you there. I'm going to stick with my guy, Wan'Dale Robinson, if I'm putting together a futures play here for the Titans, any of their offensive players. Give me his over 725.5 receiving yards. Again, last year he had 1,014. The year before that, 699, despite having 93 catches. Kind of tough to imagine that. Guy almost had 100 catches and only 700 yards. That's because his average depth of target is one of the lowest in the NFL, only 8.5 yards. Okay, but he became a yak monster last year, and the guy doesn't drop the football. 1.4% drop rate. That is among the 80th percentile of all NFL receivers. So he's got sturdy, reliable hands, like you mentioned. And again, I just think that Brian Daboll coming to Tennessee here, he is going to make sure that Wan'Dale Robinson gets the football because other than Carnell Tate, I mean, we saw these guys last year who were supposed to be the weapons for the Titans. Chimere Dike, Alec Ayomanor. Like, they had some nice moments, but come on. I mean, you got a couple of you got some really good receivers now on this offense in Wan'Dale, and if Carnell Tate lives up to the hype. And again, I'm looking at the tight ends. Daniel Bellinger, another former Giant, who's a run-blocking tight end, and Gunnar Helm, who's going to be their number 1 tight end. His rookie season a year ago, he had 357 yards. And he played almost every game. So they're not throwing a ton to the tight ends. It's going to be a lot of Wan'Dale Robinson. I like him to go over his yards. Assuming he plays at least 15 games, I would imagine he is going to get there. Finally, Brad, what do you think of this Titans team overall? BetMGM's got their over-under wins at 6.5. They've got the 14th easiest schedule, so right smack dab in the middle. They play in the AFC South, which last year was pretty freaking good, and they might have had 3 playoff teams if Daniel Jones stayed healthy. But the AFC South, historically, not that strong of a division. Are the Titans going to be the anchor once again, or are they going to get some wins here and steadily build towards being a playoff team? What do you think? Is Tennessee in store to go over this year or under?
Well, Brando, make sure you have our friends Men at Work on the quick cue here because I am going to live in a land down under, my man. Play Men at Work. Way to be at the ready. 6.5 is an aggressive number. It really is. And I think, your shiver me timbers, Captain Hook. very much may come into play here. I think they're probably your 5 or 6 win franchise. Again, a light step in the right direction overall. But they do have a decent schedule. Not the easiest, not the hardest way to stretch the imagination. You're going to see some improvement team-wide in certain categories. But hey, look at my friend Mike Clay at ESPN. Is only projecting for 4.8 wins, only gives them a 40% or greater win probability in only 4 contests this season, those being the New York Jets in week 1, the Cleveland Browns at home in week 7, the Washington Commanders in week 13, also in Vegas, and on the road in Sin City against Las Vegas and those Raiders. That's in week 16. Again, I think they'll find a way to win maybe 1 or 2 more games, but 7? I think that's a pipe dream. Give me 6 wins on the nose. That half will definitely come into play. So, again, living and laying down under at a -110.
Okay, I'm going to be opposite here, but only just. I do think they will go over, but I do think it's probably a 7-10 season for the Titans. And I'll tell you this much, if I'm really trying to get crystal ball forecasting here for you, I think they probably start this season off like 4-10. And then maybe they rip off 3 wins at the end of the year that don't really matter. Again, I'm looking at their schedule. They get to play the Jets in week 1. That's a winnable game for both of those teams. I think Tennessee is stronger on paper because I trust Cam Ward in year 2 more than I trust Geno Smith. And you got the revenge factor. Saleh looking to give it back to his team, even though it's been 2 years. I think they're a better team than the Jets. I think the Jets are terrible. Again, week 7, they play the Browns at home. They'll probably be favored in that game, especially with who the hell is going to play quarterback for Cleveland. Will it still be Deshaun Watson at that point? Will it be Shador? God knows who. They play the Colts at home in week 15. I mean, again, they play the AFC South. So, look, I know last year Jacksonville was great, and the Texans were a playoff team, and the Colts had a great start. 6 division games. I think the Titans can win 2. I think they can win 2 and 4 in the division. It's not good, but that's... Give me 2 division wins to add that to this ledger as I get to 7 here for the Titans. And then the last 3 weeks, they play the Raiders on the road. And who knows what that's going to look like. Las Vegas, when is Fernando Mendoza jumping into the road, under center? And with 3 games to play, are the Raiders, do they have any shot of the playoffs? Are they basically just playing towards next year at that point? Steelers in week 17. Now, again, the Steelers are probably going to be playing all the way down to the wire for a playoff spot, but Week 17, if things go wrong and Rodgers gets hurt or things go terribly and their season is over, that's a winnable game. And then Week 18, Houston may or may not have anything to play for. So, again, I could see the Titans starting off like 4-10 and then maybe just snagging 3 meaningless wins at the end of the year so they can tell themselves, oh, look, we're on the up and up. We've got great momentum heading into 2027. So I'll go over. But again, I'm not expecting this team to be a playoff team. I'm not expecting them to finish above 500. But I think that's a pretty sharp line there from our friends at BetMGM, 6.5. And I think they're either going to get 6, like Brad said, or they're going to get 7. So I'll go over for the Tennessee Titans.
All right. Bold. I like it.
All right. Beautiful. We'll take a short break. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we will get you set for tip-off between the Thunder and the Spurs. Game 5 is minutes away. And if we have time, we'll do a little blind rankings as well. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is an all-time team. No matter what happens moving forward. And if the Knicks lose in the NBA Finals, which they could, obviously, they're going to be an underdog no matter who they play, they will lose to another all-time team. They'll either lose to the Thunder, who will be winning their 2nd straight championship, or they'll lose to the alien, the freak, Victor Wembanyama. But that does not mean, even if they lose, that this is not an all-time team. It doesn't mean that. This is an all-time team. And the only evidence you need for that, and we can talk about the fact that this is the great, literally, not figuratively, literally, literally the greatest 11-game. They're on an 11-game playoff winning streak, right? This is the greatest 11-game run in the history of professional basketball. This is the Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington Generals for 3 straight playoff series. After CJ McCollum made his jumpers, how cute that was in Atlanta. Remember Atlanta? Long time ago, right? The Knicks haven't lost in over 30 days. That's how long it's been. 11-game win streak. They win every game by 1,000,000 points. Best point differential by a team in the history of the NBA playoffs entering the finals, and people still think, oh, you know what they say? You know what people say? It's incredible to me. And they say it because they hate the Knicks. That's why. And I don't even want to do the New Yorker thing, but, like, let's just tell the truth. Here's my question for everybody. What if this were the Boston Celtics? What would people be saying if this were the Detroit Pistons? What would they say if it were the Cleveland Cavaliers? What would you say if this were the San Antonio Spurs? Or the Oklahoma City Thunder? Or the Minnesota Timberwolves? Or basically any team that doesn't employ LeBron James or the New York Knicks? What would you say? You'd be saying, oh my God, this team's unbelievable. They're great. But with the Knicks, what do people say? Not everybody, but what do people say? Well, who have they beaten? Look at the schedule. Okay, let's look at the schedule. This is not the New England Patriots basically getting a magic carpet like laid out in front of them to roll out the red carpet, taking them to the Super Bowl. Like barely scraping by Jarrett Stidham in the AFC Championship game. C.J. Stroud throwing 15 interceptions in the divisional round. That was still a game. This isn't that. They win every game by 1,000,000 points. They're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. They don't get a chance to play the great teams because they're the best team. And then they beat everybody by 1,000,000, which is what you want a great team to do when you play a team that might not be great. And it's still not enough for people. And it's because you hate the Knicks. And if you're out there and you're like, man, yeah, like who the hell have they played? If they haven't played anybody. Why are we talking? They're not that great. Why are you saying this? Just admit, you can think whatever you want. Just admit you hate them. Admit that you don't like the Knicks. You don't like the way the fans go nuts outside the games. You don't like the fact that we celebrated a win against the Hawks in the first round during COVID, like we had won Game 7 of the World Series. You don't like it. You don't like New York. I don't care. Just admit it. Just admit it. Because if you can't be honest and objective about what this is, what can you be honest and objective about? It's staring at you right in the face. Aside from the fact that this is now legitimately, literally, the most dominant run in the history of professional basketball. Not in the playoffs, not in the regular season, all of it under one big-ass umbrella. How about this? The Knicks have now won 11 consecutive playoff games, joining elite company in accomplishing this prestigious feat. Here are the list of teams that have won 11 straight postseason games, like the Knicks have. So get down 2-1 to Atlanta, 3-4-4. Do the math, 11. The 1989 Los Angeles Lakers, the 99 San Antonio Spurs, which Knicks fans remember beat us in the finals, the 0-1 Lakers, and the 2017 Golden State Warriors.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. All right, we'll get to a little blind rankings here in just a bit, but Brad, before we do that, and before we preview Game 5, again, Spurs Thunder just minutes away. We did it once already. We're going to do it again because we got updated injury news. We did have somebody reach out on Twitter last segment. We broke down the Tennessee Titans at a little 3-point stance. You went under on their 6.5 wins. I went over. We got some folks reaching out on Twitter. And what are they saying?
Yeah, at Ross and Bergen offered his 2 cents and said, Titans over 6.5 is my favorite play so far. An entire payroll of people looking to prove something in a division that changes hands every year. So you, mi amigo, are not alone. You have a fan in Ross and Bergen on that over 6.5 wins for Tennessee this season.
Beautiful. Yeah, again, and I think it probably comes down to the last 2 weeks of the season. Because I don't see them taking that big of a jump. You know, that we've seen tremendous rookie seasons, Jaden Daniels, CJ Stroud, and we've seen the regression. Last year, you witnessed a huge year 2 jump under Caleb Williams. You know, again, it just took the right coach. Now, again, I would think Ben Johnson probably held in a much higher regard than Brian Dable in terms of the play caller. But it is possible if Cam Moore takes a big step forward, this team could win. They could win 9 games. They could win the AFC South. I'm not sold on Trevor Lawrence and Jacksonville being dominant, a 13-win team again this year. And I think Houston, as great as their defense is, man, if CJ Stroud bottoms out this year, look out. And Daniel Jones coming off of a torn Achilles. I mean, stop me if you've heard that go wrong before. So, look, this division is the gift that keeps on giving because it's so freaking unpredictable year in and year out. So, I think it is absolutely possible. I don't think it's likely, but we've seen crazier things happen before. All righty, we're a couple of minutes away from tip-off here. Again, the big news that came down at the top of the hour, J-Dub, Jalen Williams out again for Game 5 for Oklahoma City. And as we stand right now, thanks to our video producer, Monty, if you're watching live on YouTube or on Twitter or on Twitch, you see the odds there from our friends at BetMGM. OKC, 4.5-point faves. The total at 217.5. And so we got some incredible stats from our producer, Brandon Combs. Now, sometimes you take a grain of salt with history, right? When you're talking about maybe 10 years ago, 20 years ago, guys that weren't on these teams, especially for OKC, they've only been in the playoffs now for the last 3 years here, and they've had such a meteoric rise. But I think it's worth mentioning. The Spurs, all-time in franchise history, are 17-3 in closing out series when they're up 3-2, and yet they are 1-13 when they are down 3-2. Meanwhile, OKC 12-2 went up 3 games to 2, and if they lose tonight and they're down 3-2, they are just 3-11 in series in franchise history. So the history in any series would tell you the winner of Game 5 in a 2-2 series is likely going to win that series. And then you look at these teams' franchise histories when going up or down 3-2. And Brad, I think we can say with a decent amount of confidence, whoever wins this game tonight might be going to the NBA Finals. Do you agree, or do you think no matter what happens tonight, it's going 7 still?
I still think it's going to go 7. I'm going to stick to my guns and listen to my gut. That's what I felt coming into this series. I was going to go the full extent, and there's no reason to budge off that belief now. These two teams are so evenly matched, whether with the eye test or looking at the statistical profiles of each. The Spurs a little bit better defensively, but OKC no slouches in that category. OKC slightly better offensively on a per-possession basis than San Antonio, but you see what Stephon Castle can do in this series. You can see, obviously, what Wemby can do. Vassell as well. I mean, they've got guys that can splishy and splash all over the place. Dylan Harper has had his moments when he, obviously back in Game 1 with the 20-plus points, 11 rebounds. He had that performance, always the X factor coming off the bench. I don't think tonight's victor or the team on the losing end is going to determine anything. I just think this is going to go the entire distance, a full 7 games. And I think tonight is going to be nip and tuck. I know a lot of people have been really complaining, been very vocal about how unsatisfied they are with a lot of the blowouts that have occurred in this NBA postseason, particularly by the ones issued from your New York Knicks, which is glorious. in the largest city in North America. But people that aren't fans of Knicks are like, man, I need some drama. Give me something compelling. Give me a reason to watch. I think tonight is going to be exactly that. I said it before during the show. I ain't gonna differ on it now. This is going to be a single possession game. I think it's going to be hair raising. I think it's going to be fingernail biting all the way down to the final ticks, the final seconds of the game. Again, I feel OKC is going to win. I say by exactly 3 points, but San Antonio, most importantly, Pat, they cover.
Yeah, again, you're talking about a cover and an OKC win. That means things are coming down to the wire. Coming down to the wire. By the way, Combs lets us know as well. Here is overall history. 82% of the time in NBA history, the winner of Game 5 in a 2-2 series goes on to win the series. 82%. Baby.
That's significant.
That's the most in the three major sports that have 7-game series. The NHL, winner of Game 5 in a 2-2 series, 79% of the time. Major League Baseball, winner of Game 5 in a 2-2 series, goes on to win that series 68% of the time. So, oh, baby. Yeah. And look, I think, oh, man, I tend to think, because I can see the Thunder closing out the Spurs in Game 6 on the road in San Antonio. If San Antonio were to win tonight, I'm maybe just because I'm predicting the Thunder to win this series and I have all playoffs long, that's the only thing that I would think would, have them go then and win a Game 6 on the road and force a Game 7. I don't know, though, Brad. If the Spurs win this game, knowing what I know about J-Dub's injury, and I think semantics. I think it's basically a charade that they've had him go through his pregame warm-up in the last 3 games. And again, I'm watching clips on social media. He's kind of jogging. He's getting some shots up. That doesn't look like a guy that's ready to participate in an intense game. Now, who knows? Maybe they're doing that at morning shoot-around. Maybe they're putting through all these tests, and they're not going to have him do it 20 minutes before a game if they already know that he's going to get ruled out, right? He's just going to go get some shots up, just try to get in that rhythm of things. So I don't want to read too much into, the Twitter clips of him in pregame warm-ups, but he's basically just getting a couple of shots up, knowing he's not going to play. So if J-Dub does not play in Game 6, and if there is a Game 7 and he don't play in it, I don't know, man. I'm starting to think it's less and less likely that the Thunder are going to win this series. So I think tonight is as close to a must-win for them as possible, because they lose tonight, and I'm not confident that J-Dub's playing in Game 6. Again, they did win in San Antonio on the road without him. The game he got hurt, but no, actually he got hurt in Game 2. So they did win on the road already once without him. But you throw A.J. Mitchell's injury on top of that, they lose tonight. It's going to take a Herculean effort for OKC to then win Game 6 on the road and force a Game 7 back at home. So again, I will stay with that term. It is about as close to a must-win tonight for the Thunder as you could have.
Yeah, I think they're solid points, man. I kind of feel that way as well to a certain extent. But as I said before, I just think it's going to go the full Game 7. There's no reason for me to alter my opinion pre-series based on what has transpired. And, of course, the injuries that you already laid out. But, yeah, I think you're onto something, man. If the Thunder cannot conquer San Antonio tonight, they're definitely going to be behind the 8 ball. The Spurs, they might have the ultimate advantage overall. And as we, we're talking about Nick Friedel earlier, I think that's what the NBA wants more than anything. Wemby against the Knicks. Holy mackerel, there's not enough popcorn in the world for us to devour and enjoy that one.
I'll give you one stat tonight that I think, not single-handedly, but is the X factor for who wins this game. Turnovers and the points off the turnovers. They're big issue for the Spurs in games 1 through 3. Game 4 on Sunday, the one they just won 103-82. Spurs only had 13 turnovers, and the Thunder had 13 points off those turnovers. Meanwhile, they forced 20, and they scored 25 points off those OKC turnovers. That's normally been flipped this entire series, including in Game 2, where the Thunder won by 9, the last home game they played here, the Spurs had 21 turnovers and the Thunder got 27 points off those turnovers. Meanwhile, the Spurs, they only got 10 points off of turnovers. So that was a plus 17. And then, like I mentioned, last game, which was a 21-point Spurs win, San Antonio was a plus 12 in the points off turnovers. I say if either team is more than plus 10 in points off turnovers, that team's winning the ball game. And San Antonio, they could have a big rebounding advantage, which they've had in a few games. They could have a big points in the paint advantage, which they've had in a few games. If the Thunder are able to score 10 plus more points off turnovers than the Spurs do, I think that's the difference here tonight. And I think OKC's bench obviously is going to have to show up because you're down J-Dub, and Lou Dort has basically been he's been invisible. I mean, he can't play in this series. He's not if he's not hitting threes. I don't know. He's normally a great defensive player, and he's not even doing enough defensively here in this series. So it feels like the Thunder are down 2 starters because Lou Dort is barely playing. He's barely having an impact.
Yeah, that does puts the onus on, and let's say Alex Caruso, who we've seen have some monster games this NBA postseason. But he's a guy that is coming off open up a Krispy Kreme in OKC, and he has got to go out there and actually put points on the board. We know he's going to bring the heat defensively. That is his calling card. He's arguably the best defender in the league, pound for pound, but he has got to probably have like a 15-point or better night off the pine if OKC is going to win this thing. That's a bottom line, especially with J-Dub now out. And again, with no A.J. Mitchell, which is a factor that nobody should be overlooking because he's been largely brilliant coming off the bench. And when he's been inserted into the starting lineup, playing some monster and meaningful minutes. And without his services, without J-Dub's services, they're dinged with some of the other bodies and some other key players on that roster. Caruso has got to step up and carry the load off the bench when those rotations start kicking in. He is one of the ultimate X factors, I feel, in the game tonight.
All righty, we'll take a short break here. 310-840-4910 is the number to join. You can call, you can text. When we come back, we'll do a little blind rankings, also get you to some other football news that came out over the weekend. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Nothing about what I'm about to say is political or is meant to be either an endorsement or criticism of a politician or party. I put this take out on social media, and a lot of people, mostly Donald Trump fans, President Trump fans, got really mad. This is not an anti-Trump take or an anti-Republican take, just like it isn't a pro-Democrat take or an anti-Democrat take. It is a statement of what I believe Jackson Dart, I feel like he aired, and it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has to do with the fact that Jackson Dart has involved himself with politics. So in case you missed it, Giants quarterback Jackson Dart, who's basically like a social media quarterback at this point, like showed some flashes his rookie season. Also, is anyone, and I've been saying this for months. This has nothing to do with what just happened with the president. Nothing to do with it. Are we sure Jackson Dart's good? Are we sure about that? That he's good? We don't know yet, right? Fair to say. Maybe he'll be great. Maybe he won't be. We don't know the answer is all I'm saying. He's social media quarterback. He's at the Met Gala wearing this ridiculous outfit. God bless him. You can wear whatever you want. Lots of ridiculous outfits. I wear ridiculous outfits, some people would say. Whatever. He's got the Instagram model girlfriend. Again, nothing wrong with that. She's beautiful. God bless him. I'm just saying, this is a quarterback who clearly enjoys the trappings and like the everything positive that comes with fame, and he hasn't accomplished anything yet. Fair or unfair for me to say that? It's fair, right? So he introduces President Trump at this event. Do I think that on the surface there's anything wrong with introducing the president at an event? There shouldn't be, whether the president's a Republican or a Democrat. It's the president of the United States. The reason why I have an issue with it, though, is because that's not how American society works. Politics are extraordinarily divisive. So people can get mad at Abdul Carter, Giants pass rusher, for putting out on social media, I thought this was AI, the video of Dart introducing the president. And then Abdul Carter has to walk it back, saying, well, Dart and I had a man-to-man conversation, and everyone leave your narratives at the door. And Abdul Carter can get criticized for that, and that's fine. My point would be, and again, I would say the same thing if Dart introduced communist mayor of New York City's Zohran Mamdani, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance. It doesn't matter. When you get involved with politics, you open yourself up to criticism. So you can get mad at Abdul Carter for what he said, and that's fine. You can feel however you want. It's a free country, right? The bottom line is Abdul Carter's not put in a position to do that if Jackson Dart doesn't do what he did. And it's nothing to do with the president in office or the party. Politics are divisive. You're the starting quarterback of one of the legacy franchises in the NFL in the biggest media market, and you haven't accomplished anything yet. It doesn't mean he can't accomplish things. I'm just saying he hasn't yet. No one sees the problem with this? That someone should be advising him like, hey, maybe don't do this. Again, does it bother me that he supports the president? No. Does it bother me that Abdul Carter was upset? No. It's a free country. I would say the same thing if Dart introduced a Democrat. It has nothing to do with Republican or Democrat, Trump or otherwise. I don't like the position that Dart put himself in and put the team in. And I am a Giants fan saying that. Plus, Roy Robertson Harris just tore his Achilles. No depth at defensive tackle after the Dexter Lawrence trade. Malik Neighbors might not be ready for week 1. Are the vibes good right now with the Giants?
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All righty, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call. You can text, 310-840-4910. We're underway. Game 5, Western Conference Finals. Thunder and Spurs, 4 minutes in, and San Antonio with another quick start. They lead it 11-6. Julian Champagnie has already knocked down a couple of threes. He's got 6 points. So far for Wemby, no points, no rebounds. Again, 4 minutes in, but he has not been a factor. Stephon Castle hit a three, and De'Aaron Fox has a bucket as well. Meanwhile, for the Thunder, SGA, also, no points, no rebounds. He does have an assist. Chad Holmgren's got a quick 4 points and 3 rebounds, and Hartenstein's got 2 points. Jared McCain, by the way, is the fifth and final member of that Oklahoma City starting lineup tonight without J-Dub. So we'll see if Jared McCain can have a big impact like he did in a couple of games already in this series, most notably Game 3 when he scored 24 points en route to that win. Last game, 1 for 10 from the field, only 4 points. So again, the Spurs up early, 11-6. And then we'll add another playoff game into our live reaction into the fold tonight as well in about 20 minutes when you got Game 4 from Vegas. The Golden Knights trying to sweep the President's Trophy winners, the Avalanche, who have some injury problems that they're now dealing with as well. Nathan McKinnon got hurt last game. They said he's going to play. Don't know if he's 100%. Valeri Nichushkin, they just ruled him out. One of that's, and then Cale Makar, who returned in Game 3, did not look 100%. So Colorado, they are staring up the mountain, pun intended here, and on the verge of getting swept. So there is that to stick along with. All right, let's do a little blind rankings here, Brad, shall we? Let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix. Now, here, just a little pull behind the curtain. Combs gave us 2 options for blind rankings, and you and I, Brad, what did we want to go with here?
Fast food restaurants, apparently, is what we're going to go with, which is kind of my jam, and I might have participated in consuming some from a certain location over the weekend.
Well, that's what I'm saying, yeah, right? Memorial Day weekend, I'm sure we'd all love to just eat clean and grill and do nothing else other than that over the weekend, but you get a little risky. You get a little crazy over a long weekend. So many of you, I'm sure, found yourselves in a drive-thru or a little DoorDash or Uber Eats here over the weekend. So, Combs, I love it. Let's do a blind rank 5 fast food chain, shall we?
Let's do it, boys. All right. First one's up, and I tried going with 5 that pretty much everybody's been to or at least tried once. So hopefully you guys have tried all 5 of these. Let's go with the first on the list. That is Chipotle. Chipotle. Where are you going to rank Chipotle 1 through 5? Brad?
All right. So Chipotle for me is a number 2. I am a die-hard fan of Mexican foods, and I love the Chipotle bowls. I actually like the burritos as well. I just load it up with everything, literally everything imaginable. I like their hot sauce quite a bit. I love the guacamole quite a bit. The corn salsa is really good. There's nothing I dislike at Chipotle, except my local Chipotle recently had bugs. That's a downside. But you know what I say? Throw some hot sauce on it. It's added protein, baby.
I'm in full agreement here with Brad, and only because it's the first one, I think am I hesitant to not put Chipotle at number 1. I mean, I don't think I've ever had a bad experience at Chipotle. I mean, it's you get protein. It feels like you're eating healthy, even though it is kind of it's the new age fast food. It's the conveyor belt, make it right in front of you. You get everything. You get your greens, you get your protein, you get the choice between white or brown rice. You get the choice between black or pinto beans. You get all the kind of sauces you want. You could get the chips and the guac on the side if you're really feeling saucy. Love Chipotle. Really, really love Chipotle. Would get it every day of the week, honestly, if I could. And I don't think I would ever get bored of it. So only because it's the first thing that Combs has given to us. Probably the only reason I'm not putting it at number 1. I'll put Chipotle at number 2.
Yep.
All right. I like it. I'm not a big Chipotle fan myself. It would have gone straight to number 5. There's a couple other places I'd rather go for my. I like Qdoba more than I like Chipotle. Just throwing it out.
Yeah, that's also good.
All right.
Yeah.
I think it's pronounced Qdoba. I don't know, Qdoba, but okay.
I call
he's from Chicago. It's okay. They mispronounce stuff all the time. Go ahead, Combs.
Next one that I know exactly how it's pronounced. Chick-fil-A. Pat, where are you putting Chick-fil-A?
Oh man, this is tough. All right, I'll go Chick-fil-A at 3. And again, I'm not getting really anything on the menu other than the chicken sandwich and the waffle fries. But those 2 things, man,
me too.
That's all you need. That's all you need. The Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich, I mean, it's right up there at the top tier of any kind of chicken sandwich you could possibly ever put your lips on. And probably the only reason I'm putting it at number 3, they're not open on Sundays. Is that still a thing? I don't know. I know it always used to be.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
Same. Yep.
I don't care what kind of religion you follow. You should be open on Sunday. Yep. So Chick-fil-A, number 3 for me.
Just to add a cherry on top of the sundae, the sauce is rock solid at Chick-fil-A. So I'm with you, man. I love chicken everything. But I got to put number 3 because I got a feeling a couple of my favorites are coming. So I got to save room.
All right. Yeah, Chick-fil-A for me, it's probably number 1 for me. Love their waffle fries. Love the chicken sandwich. Add a little bit of cheese. But the waffle fries, you dip them in that Chick-fil-A barbecue sauce. Oh, my God, dude. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's solid.
Chick-fil-A for me
solid.
at number 1. All right. Let's go with the next one. This is probably the most famous one. McDonald's. Where are you putting McDonald's, Brad?
5. I don't think I've eaten McDonald's in 30 years, and it was rather unexciting 30 years ago. Nothing has really changed. I do like the McDonald's fries. That's something you get right. Everything else is just, okay, ho-hum. 5.
Yeah, I think for me at this point, McDonald's is more nostalgia than anything, but I think they've probably got the best ice cream treat. For my money, the McFlurry I still think is unbeatable. Again, I'm not a big fan of the burgers, but back in the day, could toss back the quarter pounder with cheese. Was never a Big Mac guy. Their nuggets, though, normally very reliable. The fries, as Brad mentioned, I feel like they're the staple. Their fries is better than just about any other fries elsewhere.
Yeah.
So I'll put McDonald's at number 4.
All right. Well, I had to put a breakfast place in here, and I'm a big fan of one and not a big fan of the other, so I went with the one that I'm a big fan of. Let's go with Dunkin' Donuts. Where does Dunkin' Donuts fall on your list? Pat?
I mean, it's okay. So now we're getting tough. So by the way, Monty, if you could adjust, I did want McDonald's at 4 for me. So am I going to put Dunkin' Donuts at number 1, or am I going to put Dunkin' Donuts at number 5? Again, that's my go-to coffee spot. Mm-hmm. I'd be lying if every now and then if I'm like, all right, I'm a little hungry as well. Give me the hash browns. Give me the sausage, egg, and cheese on the biscuit. Give me the turkey sausage, egg, and cheese on the English muffin. You do have the donuts, obviously, and the munchkins. It's not your typical fast food, but Combs, if you're giving it to me, I think the fact that I've been there thousands of times for the coffee and it has rarely let me down, I think I got to put Dunkin' at number 1. It's not a traditional fast food list because you threw it in there, but I got to put Dunkin' at number 1. I have to because of the coffee.
And you have to because of your geographic location out east. It's number 4 for me. I think the donuts are just so average, kind of boring, but I do like the coffee. Though I only drink espresso, get a triple shot. It's delicious. Outside of that, it's just kind of average.
All right. That means for this one, Brad has it at number 1. Pat has it at number 5. Pat's going to kick himself because the last one is Taco Bell.
Yes. Number 1 with the bullet.
We talk about it too much on the show for it to not be on the list, and I thought you were both saving it, so I did have a gun in the barrel if you were both saving it because you guys are both thinkers and you try to beat the system. So I was going to go with a bullet in the chamber if you both saved number 1 and go with something different just to throw you guys off. But we talk about it too much. Taco Bell's got to be in there, and I can't believe you ever ranked at number 5, Pat. That's crazy.
So wait, so you rigged your own game. So if I put Dunkin' at 5,
no,
and me and Brad both had Taco Bell at 1, you would have with what Bojangles? You would have threw that in the mix.
Probably Wendy's. Wendy's was my bullet in the chamber. All
right. Well, I love Wendy's. That probably would have been an acceptable number 1 for me. All right. Well, yeah, you screwed me up, and Brad wins because he had Taco Bell at 1, and I have it at 5, and I'm an absolute
I knew it was
dirty boy for Taco Bell.
I could taste the fire sauce on my tongue, Pat. It's so delicious.
Well, Brad, your list is astounding. Really, no complaints for me. No complaints.
And you know what that means? I'm going to see Kevin Harlan at the local Taco Bell here momentarily.
Well, we will bid you adieu, brother. Can't wait to be reacting to this Thunder Spurs game tomorrow with you when you jump back on.
Yeah, just keep it tight, guys. One field goal difference. That's all I'm asking. I'm out.
And when Brad comes back tomorrow, the Cubs may have lost their 10th straight game. So we'll bid him adieu. We roll on next. This historic run continues for the Knicks. They're in the finals. This is BetMGM Tonight.
We have a lack of accountability problem in this country. And you see it all over the place. And the Cleveland Cavaliers are emblematic of it. And I guarantee you that Dan Gilbert, billionaire, is looking at this thinking, how the hell do I get out of this? What do I do to blow this up? And if he's not, that's how he should be thinking. No accountability. Just like the person who's not performing at his job and blames his, well, my boss isn't nice to me. Look in the mirror. Or the person that can't lose weight, but it doesn't go to the gym. Says, oh, you know what? My metabolism's not great. And what am I supposed to do when there's free pizza at the office? I don't know. Don't be a fat slob. Drink some water. Put down the soda. Get on the treadmill. Better your life. Do something. Stop blaming everybody else. Look in the mirror. No accountability. No accountability. None. You get your ass kicked, and what do you say? Well, analytics say we should be winning. You're not. They're not living in reality. Donovan Mitchell, we played with our food. Are you kidding? James Harden, genuinely, I feel like we're the better team. Where's the accountability? I'm not trying to be a jerk here. If this were my team and they said this, I'd say the same thing. I'd be even more pissed if it were my team. How do you, after a failure of this magnitude in a spot this big, not get up there in front of the media and say, we got our asses kicked? There's nothing else to say. Like, they were the better team, they kicked our ass. It doesn't need the qualifier of, well, we played with our food. Well, actually, I think we're better. The process says, like, what is it? What? Get Sam Hinkie on. What does Sam Hinkie think? What does what does the process think? Are we serious? Like, should the Baltimore Ravens, I don't even want to turn this into the Ravens are catching strays here. Like, hang the banner. Sultans of spreadsheets, dominators of DVOA, excellence of EPA. Hang the banner. The Cleveland Cavaliers analytically only lost this series 4-2. Hang the banner, Cleveland. Are you kidding? I would be so pissed if I were a Cavs fan with this reaction. Because it shows you, and this is a dramatic statement I'm going to make, but I'd like for someone to argue with me. This core is never going to win. And it's not just that they're not going to win because maybe Donovan Mitchell is not good enough to be the number one option on a championship team. I don't even mean that as an insult. Joe, good you have to be the number one option on a championship team. Evan Mobley, I think, took a step this postseason, but he's not what people thought he was going to be. Not yet, at least. And then there's James Harden. Like, what do you even say at this point? It's not even because of the on-court product. That's not even the reason. And that's a really good reason why they're never going to win. They're never going to win because they have no accountability. That's why. Because this is the attitude. You get wiped off the face of the earth and you say, no, you know what? We are better. We're better. Could you imagine? What do you even say? The better team. You lost by 37 points in a closeout game at home. We're better. Analytically, we're better. We played with our food. Stop it.
Games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans for the night, and that means we've got 2 solo hours coming your way, as we do every night, taking you up to 11 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle. And as you hear a little burp coming through there, it happens. I'm Pat Boyle. Let's try that again. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, or you can simply just text your thoughts, 310-840-4910. And if you do call, if you do text, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. All right, before I get to my New York Knicks, again, we got double-barrel playoff action here coming at you tonight, as we have for the last several weeks here on BetMGM tonight, and that is just as big of a part of the show as is the stuff that happens earlier in the day and the day before and all that jazz. So let's get you first caught up here. Game 5, Western Conference Finals, Oklahoma City and San Antonio, 2 games apiece. Crucial swing game here in this series. Winner of this game goes on to win this series statistically, historically, 82% of the time. And we are all locked up at 27 apiece with under 20 seconds to go in the first quarter. But it's not the guys that you normally would think are getting it done here, especially for San Antonio. First, let's start with Wemby. 2 points, 1 rebound. That's it. Julian Champagnie has been the monster so far for the Spurs. He's got 13 points. He's already hit 3 triples. So Julian Champagnie leading the way for the Spurs. Their next highest scorer, by the way, is Carter Bryant. Guy that was in the dunk contest earlier this year. He's got 5 points. So surprising are the contributors from the Spurs in the first quarter. Meanwhile, for OKC, Chet Holmgren finally making his presence felt in this series, at least to start. He's got 8 points, 4 rebounds, and a steal in the first quarter. SGA is now starting to score. I don't think he had a point until about 2 minutes ago, but the 2-time MVP now with 7 points and 2 assists, along with 2 steals. And OKC's bench chipping in big time already. Caruso's got 3 points. Kenrich Williams has 3 points. Cason Wallace has 4. Again, the big injury news, no J-Dub again for Oklahoma City, missing his 3rd straight game with that hamstring injury. A.J. Mitchell out as well. But SGA hits a couple of free throws. Thunder lead 29-27 at the end of 1. And then they're about to drop the puck in Vegas. Game 4, Western Conference Finals on the ice. And the Golden Knights are going for the sweep of the Avalanche. So that one's about to start. And there you go. All right. I have had just under 24 hours to reflect. And a lot of this still doesn't feel real. And you might hear me say that over the couple times over the next 8 days here before game 1 of the NBA Finals tips off. And so you'll have to excuse me if I say 10 to 15 times over the next week that this doesn't feel real. And maybe in a couple of days it will, when the euphoria wears off just a bit. But as a diehard Knicks fan who was only 4 years old the last time the Knicks were in the finals in 99, and I don't remember it at all. I mean, who would? What 4-year-old would? They'd be lying. This is the first time seeing the Knicks play for a title. And the way that the Knicks have played, first of all, just, the last 20 years, you don't need me to basically give you the encyclopedia, but the Knicks were a laughingstock for the majority of the last, from 2000 on. They were a laughingstock. You had a small blip, is what it feels like, of Carmelo Anthony carrying a very mediocre Knicks team to the playoffs 3 times. 2 years, they get bounced in the first round. And the one good year, they get to the second round, winnable series against the Pacers, and they lose. That was it. I mean, you had Knicks teams that won 18 games, 25 games, 24 games. I mean, they were god-awful. And then to have the last couple of years where Tom Thibodeau comes here, the Knicks had Julius Randle, then they get Jalen Brunson, and they grit their way to the playoffs 3 out of 4 years. Bounced in the second round. Bounced in the second round. Last year, get to the conference finals. Lose to the Pacers again. Every game came down to the wire. Every series was 6 or 7 games. Every year, the Knicks battling injuries. But that's just the Tibbs way, right? You gotta play your starters 40 minutes in a game on a Wednesday night in January on a back-to-back against the Utah Jazz. Doesn't matter. Brunson and Randall and these guys are going to play 40 minutes because that's how the Knicks operate. And to see them fall short, and not against the best teams either. Not like in the last couple of years, the Knicks were losing to the 1 seed or the Knicks were getting knocked out by a team they had no chance against. A couple of years ago, the Knicks lost a second-round series to the 8th seed Miami Heat. Then the Knicks lost a second-round series to the Indiana Pacers. And last year, the Knicks, as the higher seed, home court advantage, once again lose in the conference finals to the Indiana Pacers. For the Knicks to not only get to the finals this year, but do it winning 11 straight games. And this is arguably the greatest stretch and most dominant stretch of basketball in the history of the NBA. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So some of my biggest takeaways from the Knicks being in the finals for the first time since 1999 will be as follows. And by the way, you want to join the conversation, 310-840-4910. Let's just start with the how historic this run is. Because you might hear me say that. Maybe you're not on social media. Maybe you haven't been paying attention to the graphics that they put, the bottom third when these games are over or during these last couple of games for the Knicks. Or you don't watch the talking TV shows, the talking heads TV shows, and you haven't listened a ton to our show in the last couple of days. That's fine. The Knicks' margin of victory in the last 11 games, they've won 11 in a row since they were down 2-1 against the Hawks. It is 262 points. That is the most dominant 11-game stretch, again, in the history of the NBA. Playoffs or regular season. And I said this in the open, if you want to include the first 3 games of the Hawks series in the first round, where again, the Knicks won game 1 by 11, and then they lost games 2 and 3 by a combined 2 points. But you want to throw 2 losses in the mix. And the Knicks' average margin of victory in their 14 games in the playoffs, which includes 2 losses. Their average margin of victory is 19.5 points. That is still the greatest in NBA playoff history. Now, we'll see what happens in the finals. Things could change. But the 1971 Milwaukee Bucks own the record. Because again, the finals do have to be completed. But the Bucks won by an average of 14.5 points per game in those playoffs. The Knicks are winning by an average of 19.5 points through 3 rounds in the playoffs. And like I said, you take out the first 3 games against Atlanta, just during this 11-game stretch, the Knicks are winning by an average of 25 points per game. 11 straight wins. Let that sink in. 11 straight wins by an average of 25 points. 3 straight closeout games. The Knicks in Game 6 against the Hawks. The Knicks in Game 4 against the Sixers. And the Knicks in Game 4 last night against the Cavs. They won by 51. Then they beat the Sixers in Game 4 by 30. And they win last night by 37. That is also the first time in NBA history that a team has won 3 straight closeout games by at least 30 points. And finally, the points, looking at the box score, it's one thing, but just how of an offensive machine are the New York Knicks right now? In the playoffs as a whole, they are shooting 59% from the field. That would be the greatest in NBA playoff history. And during this 11-game stretch, they are shooting over 60% from the field, which is, again, the greatest in NBA history together. Playoffs, regular season, in an 11-game stretch, nobody has shot the ball better than the Knicks. Their effective field goal percentage is also the best in NBA history for any 11-game span. So what you're seeing is dominance like we have quite literally never seen before. Now we've seen they're not at the longest win streak, right? The Golden State Warriors of 2017. They won 15 straight games. They dominated. They didn't break a sweat towards winning the title. But on a game-per-game basis, on a per-game statistical average, they are not even dominating like these New York Knicks are. So it is nearly impossible for me, for Knicks fans, and for plenty of basketball fans to wrap their heads around just how elite the Knicks have been. Hopefully those numbers do some of it justice. 310-840-4910. My next biggest takeaway, it's just another crowning achievement in what is becoming probably the greatest Knicks career we've ever seen. And I know that Walt Clyde Frazier and Willis Reed co-authored a couple of championships. And if he never wins a title, then, who knows? But we are year 4 of Jalen Brunson on the Knicks. And it's without a doubt the greatest Knick career this century. And I think at worst, it's probably the 4th greatest Knicks career of all time. In just 4 years. Signed from the Dallas Mavericks for a $100 million contract. And at the time, there were plenty of people, and some of my friends included in the industry, that said this was a terrible move. It's another terrible move by the Knicks, overpaying for a player that isn't that good. Because remember, he was on the bench. He was Luka's backup. Jalen Brunson in Dallas. Had a 40-point game in the playoffs that year in his final year with Dallas, and then signs with the Knicks for $100 million, and it was viewed as a joke by many. And look at what Brunson has done in just 4 years on the Knicks. And the culmination, at least to date, was last night being named the Eastern Conference Finals MVP. 3 times an All-Star. 2 times now All-NBA. Not this year. Or 3 times now All-NBA. With Jalen Brunson being named to the All-NBA team here. Second team. Pardon the pause there. I was double checking that it was the second team All-NBA and not the third team. And I could make the argument that Jalen Brunson should have been a first team All-NBA player this year, but second team All-NBA for the 3rd straight year. And he has finished top 10 in the MVP voting now 3 straight years. That was unthinkable. That was unthinkable for a Knicks franchise that the last best player was Carmelo Anthony. Where we had Jeremy Lin Sanity. Or we clung on to Amari Stoudemire. Clung on to Julius Randle and thought he was going to be the savior. And it's Jalen Brunson at 6'2", which is generous. 2nd-round draft pick out of Villanova. And Jalen Brunson just continues to prove night after night, year after year, playoff series after playoff series. He's the best player on the floor. And he's a top 10 player in the NBA. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. So, Brunson, again, just spectacular. All series long. Now, last night, 15 points. They didn't even, I don't think he played the 4th quarter. Barely played the 3rd quarter as well. But a 30-point game in Game 3. 38 points in that miraculous comeback in Game 1. And so far this postseason, Jalen Brunson averaging 27 points per game with 6.5 assists, shooting 49% from the field. The captain. He's the captain, and he might be. This is a big debate for the last couple of years in New York sports. He might be the king of New York. He might unquestionably be the king of New York now over Aaron Judge. Who, yes, has taken the Yankees to a World Series, lost. And yes, is a record holder, most home runs in an American League season. But Jalen Brunson has now gotten the Knicks to a finals, and he's done it in 4 years. So his impact in year 4, it's legendary. It's a legendary career, and it's just 4 years. 310-840-4910. Another one of my takeaways from the Knicks getting to the NBA Finals for the first time in 27 years is the impact in year 1 of Mike Brown. And this is also a shout out to Leon Rose, the president of the Knicks, the guy that's in the shadows, never speaks to the media. Again, if you wouldn't know Leon Rose if the Knicks weren't having the run they were on. Got hired March 2nd, 2020, right before COVID. Right before COVID to take over a disastrous Knicks team, a disastrous franchise that got run into the ground and set back even further by Phil Jackson. Leon Rose comes here, and he has rebuilt a franchise starving for a winner. He has ignited a city that was just dying for any semblance of playoff basketball. And now here we are 6 years later, and it is a first trip to the NBA Finals. Leon Rose for signing Jalen Brunson. Leon Rose for trading for OG Anunoby. Leon Rose for trading away Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo to get Karl Anthony Towns. And yes, I would have been a hater of that trade probably until a couple of weeks ago, and I'm giving Leon Rose all the credit in the world for it. And yes, even though I probably still wish the Knicks had Giannis, they still had those 5 first-round picks that they could have used on Giannis. I've had to eat my words on Mikal Bridges. The 5 first-round picks to the Brooklyn Nets to get Mikal Bridges, because there was a sleeping dog that woke up inside Mikal Bridges after that loss to the Hawks in Game 3. It's a guy that was a huge contributor for the Phoenix Suns in their run to the NBA Finals, where they lost to Giannis and the Bucks back in 2021. The Iron Man of the NBA that always stepped up in the playoffs and was consistent throughout the regular season. And in the last 2 years here on the Knicks, it's been quite disappointing. Quite disappointing, save for a few moments. Defensively won games 1 and games 2 against the Celtics last year, but this entire regular season he was a disappointment, and he got benched in back-to-back games in the fourth quarter against the Hawks. And then the sleeping dog that is one of the best defenders in the NBA and a guy that can consistently get you 15 to 20 points a game woke up. He woke up, and this is the best ball I've ever seen him play, and it is right in line with how amazing he was for the Phoenix Suns in those 2 playoff trips for them, including the one to the finals. Over the last 9 games, Mikal Bridges is averaging 19 points, 1.5 steals, and he's shooting 63% from the field. Just hitting every single mid-range jumper he takes and playing elite defense. And so, yes, I got to give credit to Leon Rose for that. And I got to eat my words on Mikal Bridges. He's woken up, and I hope he never goes back to sleep. But finally, the year 1 impact of Mike Brown. And again, that's a testament to Leon Rose. One of the biggest gambles he's made as president of the Knicks was last year firing Tom Thibodeau. And I've stated numerous times my admiration and respect as a Knicks fan for Tibbs, getting the Knicks out of the mud, bringing a level of professionalism and respect back to this organization. The Knicks needed to go from point A to point B with Tom Thibodeau. Otherwise, they never would have been able to get to point C, which is where they're at now. But from point B to point C, the Knicks were not getting there with Tibbs. He got them close, but he couldn't get them over the hump. And there were a large portion of the fan base last year that ripped Leon Rose and ripped the Knicks for firing Tom Thibodeau and said, how could you give up on him so soon? How could you do this? Look at what he's done for the Knicks. You're taking a complete gamble. The grass ain't always greener as long as the Knicks can stay healthy. I mean, again, it was the same thing for the last 3 trips to the postseason. The Knicks would beat the team they were supposed to beat in the first round and then run into a team that was on paper probably even a little bit inferior to them as well. But they got outcoached. They got outcoached by Spoelstra. They got outcoached by Rick Carlisle, back-to-back years. And in a best of 7, the Knicks got found out. The Knicks got exposed because they were very one-dimensional offensively. It was just Jalen Brunson hero ball, ISO, very slow, try to win the game in the half court. Could never hit their ceiling. Or they did hit their ceiling with Tom Thibodeau. But the players on this team had a larger ceiling. You're seeing it. And so I commend Leon Rose for taking the huge risk and bringing Mike Brown here. And in year 1, again, going into game 4 against the Hawks when the Knicks are down 2-1, you had all the Tibbs lovers and all the anti-Mike Brown and the Knicks fans that just wanted to be right. They were ready to pounce. Because if the Knicks got knocked out in the first round, it was a failure. The Knicks needed to get to the finals in year 1 under Mike Brown. Otherwise, there was no justification for firing Tom Thibodeau. But here we are 11 straight wins later. And the most dominant stretch in NBA history. And Mike Brown, his whole thing with the Sacramento Kings, the light the beam years, was that they always had the most passes per possession. They moved the ball. The ball never stuck. And it's a team that could get out and play in transition and run, which is what the Knicks rarely did under Tibbs. And they certainly didn't pass the ball enough under Tom Thibodeau. So that has unlocked it. Mike Brown having Karl Anthony Towns play as point center. Again, Cat has stepped up. This is the best basketball of his entire career. And I was another one that I've doubted. I doubted Karl Anthony Towns and I doubted Mikal Bridges as much as you could, from a fan's perspective over the last 12 months. And they finally answered the bell. And they answered the bell in a big, big way. So I don't want to hear about the level of competition. Oh, the Knicks, the East is so weak. I mean, tough bleep. The Knicks would have beaten the Celtics. Here's some facts for you. The Knicks would have beaten the Celtics. Whether Jason Tatum was healthy or not. And Game 7, he injured his knee, not the same leg that he tore his Achilles on. But another best of 7 series for a guy that's less than a year removed from a torn Achilles. I always thought it was crazy. So I wish I could go back and change it. I wish the Knicks did play the Celtics because they would have crushed them. And I wish the Knicks would have played the Pistons because they would have crushed them too. But the Sixers had a healthy Joel Embiid and came from 3-1 down to beat the Boston Celtics, and the Knicks destroyed them. And the Cavaliers knocked out the 1 seed, 60-win Pistons, and the Knicks destroyed them. So I don't want to hear about the level of competition. Oh, the East is so much weaker than the West. I mean, are we so sure that the Denver Nuggets were really that great of a team? They lost to a 50% Timberwolves team. Timberwolves are missing 3 starters. The Nuggets couldn't beat them. Are we really sure they're that good? Now, the Phoenix Suns overachieved. Their second best player is Dylan Brooks. The Blazers have like one great player in Denny Avdia. Those are the other teams in the West. But because the Spurs and the Thunder both had 60 wins and are playing a great series, it makes the East look weaker. I'm tired of hearing that. It's garbage. It's BS. 310-840-4910. So I just had to get a lot of thoughts off my chest about the Knicks getting to the finals for the first time since 99. You want to weigh in on the conversation, any of the points I hit, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. When we come back, we got to look at it from Cleveland's perspective because they're already reportedly making 2 major moves here. I'll tell you what those are and why I disagree heavily with them as the Cavs still licking their wounds after getting swept last night by the Knicks. 310-840-4910. We'll also get you a scoreboard update. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is an all-time team. No matter what happens moving forward. And if the Knicks lose in the NBA Finals, which they could, obviously, they're going to be an underdog no matter who they play, they will lose to another all-time team. They'll either lose to the Thunder, who will be winning their second straight championship, or they'll lose to the alien, the freak, Victor Wembanyama. But that does not mean, even if they lose, that this is not an all-time team. It doesn't mean that. This is an all-time team. And the only evidence you need for that, and we can talk about the fact that this is the great, literally, not figuratively, literally, the greatest 11-game, they're on an 11-game playoff winning streak, right? This is the greatest 11-game run in the history of professional basketball. This is the Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington Generals for 3 straight playoff series. After CJ McCollum made his jumpers, how cute that was in Atlanta. Remember Atlanta? Long time ago, right? The Knicks haven't lost in over 30 days. That's how long it's been. 11-game win streak. They win every game by 1,000,000 points. Best point differential by a team in the history of the NBA playoffs entering the finals, and people still think, oh, you know what they say? You know what people say? It's incredible to me. And they say it because they hate the Knicks. That's why. And I don't even want to do the New Yorker thing, but, let's just tell the truth. Here's my question for everybody. What if this were the Boston Celtics? What would people be saying if this were the Detroit Pistons? What would they say if it were the Cleveland Cavaliers? What would you say if this were the San Antonio Spurs? Or the Oklahoma City Thunder? Or the Minnesota Timberwolves? Or basically any team that doesn't employ LeBron James or the New York Knicks? What would you say? You'd be saying, oh my God, this team's unbelievable. They're great. But with the Knicks, what do people say? Not everybody, but what do people say? Well, who have they beaten? Look at the schedule. Okay, let's look at the schedule. This is not the New England Patriots basically getting a magic carpet laid out in front of them to roll out the red carpet, taking them to the Super Bowl. Barely scraping by Jarrett Stidham in the AFC Championship game. C.J. Stroud throwing 15 interceptions in the divisional round. That was still a game. This isn't that. They win every game by 1,000,000 points. They're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. They don't get a chance to play the great teams because they're the best team. And then they beat everybody by 1,000,000, which is what you want a great team to do when you play a team that might not be great. And it's still not enough for people. And it's because you hate the Knicks. And if you're out there and you're like, man, yeah, who the hell have they played? If they haven't played anybody, why are we talking? They're not that great. Why are you saying this? Just admit, you can think whatever you want. Just admit you hate them. Admit that you don't like the Knicks. You don't like the way the fans go nuts outside the games. You don't like the fact that we celebrated a win against the Hawks in the first round during COVID, like we had won Game 7 of the World Series. You don't like it. You don't like New York. I don't care. Just admit it. Just admit it. Because if you can't be honest and objective about what this is, what can you be honest and objective about? It's staring at you right in the face. Aside from the fact that this is now legitimately, literally, the most dominant run in the history of professional basketball. Not in the playoffs, not in the regular season, all of it under one big-ass umbrella. How about this? The Knicks have now won 11 consecutive playoff games, joining elite company in accomplishing this prestigious feat. Here are the list of teams that have won 11 straight postseason games, like the Knicks have. So get down 2-1 to Atlanta, 3-4-4. Do the math, 11. The 1989 Los Angeles Lakers, the 99 San Antonio Spurs, which Knicks fans remember beat us in the finals, the 01 Lakers, and the 2017 Golden State Warriors.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. You want to get in on the Knicks celebration? I'm a diehard Knicks fan. First time in the finals since 1999. I was only 4. I do not remember it. You want to get in? Jalen Brunson's impact, Eastern Conference Finals MVP. Is he the greatest Knick of all time already? Only 4 years into his Knicks career. The impact of Mike Brown in year 1 as the head coach. Karl Anthony Towns stepping up. And some of these historic stats on this 11-game playoff win streak for the New York Knicks. You can join the show, 310-840-4910. Before we get to Cleveland side of things, this from our friends at BetMGM. With BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot, you have the chance to win your share of $10,000 in bonus bets during each playoff game. Just place an anytime goal scorer wager, and if your guy scores 3+ goals during the game, you will win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. So with that, let's get you a playoff scoreboard update here, and then we'll get to what the Cavs should do this offseason. Game 4, Western Conference Finals on the ice, Stanley Cup playoffs, Golden Knights looking for the sweep of the President's Trophy winners. And Vegas already up 1-0 on Colorado. A Mark Stone goal, his 5th of the playoffs. This is a guy that's been battling injuries, and he has showed up and shown out in a big way. His 5th goal of the postseason, 4:42 into the game. Vegas leads Colorado 1-0 midway through the first period. Over to the NBA. Game 5, Western Conference Finals. Spurs and Thunder, series tied at 2. Oklahoma City leads it 48-44. With 5.5 left to go in the second quarter. Victor Wembanyama, after a slow start, finally getting in on the scoring, but 7 free throws, part of his 9 points, and he's only got 1 rebound. His lack of rebounding in the last couple of games has been shocking, to say the least. Remember, game 1, yes, it did go to double overtime. He had 24 rebounds, but he had 17 in regulation. Game 2, 17 rebounds again. The last 2 games, Wemby, 4 rebounds in game 3, 8 rebounds in game 4, and he's only got 1. More than midway through the second quarter. I mean, and I got an eye on the game. OKC's doing a good job of drawing him out away from the rim, and I mean, they're just doing a great job of boxing him out. He's not imposing his physical will to grab second chance opportunities. Julian Champetti, that got off to a red-hot start, and he still is the leading scorer for San Antonio. He's the only double-figure scorer for San Antonio. He's got 16. Meanwhile, for the Thunder, SGA also had a slow start. He has picked it up. He's got 11 points to go with 2 assists. Chet Holmgren's got 8. And wouldn't you know it, Alex Caruso, who I've said many times, and I'll say it again, I give up my first unborn child if Alex Caruso could ever be on the Knicks. He's got 9 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 steals in just 10 minutes. So, and then the Thunder just hit a 3. It's 52-46 with under 4.5 left to go in the second quarter. That was a 3 from Lou Dort, by the way, and those have been very few and far between in this series. So Lou Dort stepping up. So there you go. All right. What do the Cleveland Cavaliers do this offseason? Well, I'll tell you what I think they're going to do is they're largely going to run it back, and I think it's a mistake. I have a small issue. It's not the biggest issue in the world with retaining Kenny Atkinson, but that is the reporting from Shams Charania earlier this afternoon, is that owner Dan Gilbert is going to continue to employ Kenny Atkinson as the head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Shams reported that earlier today. Kenny Atkinson is returning next season. I like Kenny. Good head coach. Loved him when he was with the Brooklyn Nets. I thought he was building that organization towards something special, and then Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving came to Brooklyn and ruined everything, and they were like, nah, let's get this guy out of here. We want Steve Nash to do TikToks with his wife, and we'll be the coaches. Literally, Kyrie Irving in a press conference one time said, sometimes Steve's the coach. Sometimes, KD could be the coach in the huddle. Sometimes I could be the coach. Those were real words from Kyrie Irving at one point. So, the Brooklyn Nets had a good, nice thing going on the up and up, and then they ruined it. So I always have a soft spot in my heart because I thought Kenny Atkinson got absolutely shafted by a couple of, in their tenure with Brooklyn, basketball terrorists with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. Because they terrorized that organization. They sunk it. they sunk it. And Sean Marks still has a job, which is incredible. But I'll always have a soft spot in my heart for Kenny Atkinson. The Cavs fired J.B. Bickerstaff a couple of years ago. And Kenny Atkinson now, in his time as the head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and it hasn't been long, it's been 2 years. Last year, they win 64 games. It was awesome. They lose in the second round of the Pacers. This year, they made the big trade at the deadline to get James Harden. They get to the conference finals. They're basically a year away from what the Knicks did with Tom Thibodeau. Where it was, all right, second round 1 year after a great regular season, and you go a step further. So again, I have a small issue, but I'm fine either way, honestly. I think the more time that goes by this offseason, I'll probably say it was the right decision to keep Kenny Atkinson. I just feel like what happened in game 1 was such a bad look for him. The way they blew that game, and he just sat there, didn't call timeouts, didn't take James Harden off the floor. It's probably recency bias more than anything. I mean, the rest of the series, they just got dominated and outplayed. I don't know if there was any move that Kenny Atkinson could have made that would have had the Cavs competitive in this series. So you look at it just on paper, 64 wins in year 1, second round of the playoffs, this year, conference finals. Tough to move on from a guy like that. The big issue I have is that, again, a lot of reporting is that the Cavs are going to re-sign James Harden to a long-term contract extension. Brian Windhorst said it today. He said James Harden is going to be a Cav next year. He's going to opt out of his player option and is likely going to sign a new deal with more years and a cheaper average annual value so that the Cavaliers can get below the second apron. And after watching what James Harden did yet again this postseason, and it wasn't peak disaster class James Harden where it's a game 6 or a game 7 and he scores 6 points. I mean, he did do that in game 7 against Detroit, but literally the Pistons were so bad, the Cavs still won that game by 35 points. And he wasn't very good in the tail end of the series against the Raptors either. In game 1, we all remember the Knicks hunted him relentlessly. And he fizzled down the stretch offensively, and he wasn't a big factor in this series at all. Wasn't peak James Harden disaster class, but it was more disappointing playoff performances from James Harden. And the Cavs want to double down and bring him back. They want to continue the partnership of him and Donovan Mitchell. Are you out of your mind? I said it a week and a half ago, when the Thunder finished off a sweep of the Lakers. LeBron James' best move for next year is saying to Cleveland, I want to come back, homecoming, retirement tour, take me. And the Cavaliers should have been open arms accepting LeBron James back to Cleveland for a part 3. Everybody loves a good trilogy. And they should have told James Harden, kick rocks. Don't even bother opting into your player option because we are going to trade your ass if you do. You might as well opt out and get a better deal elsewhere for more years. This same Cavs core, swap out LeBron for James Harden. They're a finals contender. They are. Same exact team, just swap LeBron James for James Harden. You're telling me, even right now at 41, there's only a 5-year difference. It's not like James Harden is like 10 years younger. And James Harden's 36 going on 37. He's a terrible defender. You're telling me the Cavaliers have a better shot of winning with James Harden than LeBron James? You're out of your mind. I don't care what James Harden can do passing the ball. I don't care what he looks like in the regular season. We know what he looks like in the playoffs. And LeBron, basically by himself with no Luka in that series against the Thunder, yes, they got swept. LeBron played well. LeBron played great this postseason. Wasn't his fault. Same exact Cavs team, just swap out Harden for LeBron, and I think that they're a better team than they were this year. And that's a team that got to the conference finals and then, yes, got obliterated by the Knicks. James Harden, by the way, has the nerve. He has the stones to say yesterday in his postgame, I think we were the better team. We just didn't show it. That is levels of delusion and gaslighting that I aspire to have. I mean, you've just unlocked a new excuse for anybody that ever loses any game in sports. Anybody that ever gets blown out. The Cavs got destroyed. The one game they should have won, you blew a 22-point lead, and then you got basically smoked 3 games in a row, and you have the nerve to say you were the better team, you just didn't show it? So the Super Bowl this past year, the Patriots, Drake May should have just got up to the podium and said, I think we were the better team than the Seahawks. We just didn't show it. You didn't show it for 3.5 games. Are you out of your freaking mind? We were the better team. We just didn't show it. It was one of the more lopsided sweeps in the last decade of NBA playoffs. And you have the nerve to say you were the better team. Delusional. So again, if Brian Windhorst is correct and the Cavs are going to bring back James Harden, I mean, his player option was $42 million this year. Even if he opts out and he gets a 3-year deal and it's only $30 million a year, and that's being generous, the Cavaliers next season are barely going to be under the second apron, which is you're over that second apron. Nobody in the NBA is over the second apron. Nobody wants to be. Teams will do whatever it takes to be under the second apron so they don't get smoked with the taxes. Basically, like in baseball, where if you're over the salary cap, or excuse me, you're over the luxury threshold, you're getting taxed basically for every dollar. Nobody goes over the second apron in the NBA anymore. So if you're doing James Harden, you're bringing him back. What other moves? You have no other moves to make. You have no other moves. The only other move you could possibly make is to try to trade Evan Mobley for Giannis. That's it. If you want to go Giannis hunting, it's got to be Evan Mobley, who's making over $50 million, so the salaries can match up, and you're bringing in Giannis, and what? And you're replacing Evan Mobley with Giannis? Good luck. Because the Bucks also want great young players, which the Cavaliers really don't have. And they don't have the draft capital like other teams have. So if you don't get that Giannis trade, you are quite literally just going to run it back with the same exact team. That is a disaster. That is the worst thing the Cleveland Cavaliers could do. 310-840-4910. We can get more into this when we come back. We got to take a quick break. But also we'll talk some hockey as well because the Hurricanes finally figured out the Montreal Canadiens. That's a great series that you should be paying attention to. So we'll talk about that when we come back. Take your calls and your texts, 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Nothing about what I'm about to say is political or is meant to be either an endorsement or criticism of a politician or party. I put this take out on social media, and a lot of people, mostly Donald Trump fans, President Trump fans, got really mad. This is not an anti-Trump take or an anti-Republican take, just like it isn't a pro-Democrat take or an anti-Democrat take. It is a statement of what I believe Jackson Dart, I feel like he aired. And it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has to do with the fact that Jackson Dart has involved himself with politics. So in case you missed it, Giants quarterback Jackson Dart, who's basically like a social media quarterback at this point. Like, showed some flashes his rookie season. Also, is anyone, and I've been saying this for months. This has nothing to do with what just happened with the president. Nothing to do with it. Are we sure Jackson Dart's good? Are we sure about that? That he's good? We don't know yet, right? Fair to say. Maybe he'll be great. Maybe he won't be. We don't know the answer is all I'm saying. He's social media quarterback. He's at the Met Gala wearing this ridiculous outfit. God bless him. You can wear whatever you want. Lots of ridiculous outfits. I wear ridiculous outfits, some people would say. Whatever. He's got the Instagram model girlfriend. Again, nothing wrong with that. She's beautiful. God bless him. I'm just saying, this is a quarterback who clearly enjoys the trappings and like the everything positive that comes with fame, and he hasn't accomplished anything yet. Fair or unfair for me to say that? It's fair, right? So he introduces President Trump at this event. Do I think that on the surface there's anything wrong with introducing the president at an event? There shouldn't be, whether the president's a Republican or a Democrat. It's the president of the United States. The reason why I have an issue with it, though, is because that's not how American society works. Politics are extraordinarily divisive. So people can get mad at Abdul Carter, Giants pass rusher, for putting out on social media, I thought this was AI, the video of Dart introducing the president. And then Abdul Carter has to walk it back, saying, well, Dart and I had a man-to-man conversation, and everyone leave your narratives at the door. And Abdul Carter can get criticized for that, and that's fine. My point would be, and again, I would say the same thing if Dart introduced communist mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance. It doesn't matter. When you get involved with politics, you open yourself up to criticism. So you can get mad at Abdul Carter for what he said, and that's fine. You can feel however you want. It's a free country, right? The bottom line is Abdul Carter's not put in a position to do that if Jackson Dart doesn't do what he did. And it's nothing to do with the president in office or the party. Politics are divisive. You're the starting quarterback of one of the legacy franchises in the NFL in the biggest media market, and you haven't accomplished anything yet. It doesn't mean he can't accomplish things. I'm just saying he hasn't yet. No one sees the problem with this? That someone should be advising him like, hey, maybe don't do this. Again, does it bother me that he supports the president? No. Does it bother me that Abdul Carter was upset? No. It's a free country. I would say the same thing if Dart introduced a Democrat. It has nothing to do with Republican or Democrat, Trump or otherwise. I don't like the position that Dart put himself in and put the team in. And I am a Giants fan saying that. Plus, Roy Robertson Harris just tore his Achilles. No depth at defensive tackle after the Dexter Lawrence trade. Malik Neighbors might not be ready for week 1. Are the vibes good right now with the Giants?
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. Get your scoreboard update here in just a bit. Because I want to get to this Eastern Conference Finals on the ice in the Stanley Cup playoffs because it's been awesome. And last night, the Hurricanes, they win in overtime again. They won in overtime in game 2, 3-2. They win yesterday in overtime, 3-2. Yesterday, they did it in Montreal as the series shifted north of the border. So the Hurricanes now lead it 2-1, and they finally figured out Montreal. Because when these two teams played each other in the regular season, the Habs swept it. 7-5, 5-2, and 3-1. 3-0 against Carolina. And mind you, the Hurricanes were the better team in the regular season. They had 113 points. Montreal had 106. And then you add in game 1 where the Canadiens blitzed them 6-2. They had won all 4 games. And half of them by 3 goals or more. And all of a sudden, the last 2 games, Carolina figured things out. And they figured things out by just doing enough to get by. Carolina has played these last 2 games very conservative. The reason they gave up 6 goals in game 1, they were aggressive, they were with their forechecking, and they made a couple of mistakes in the neutral zone that allowed Montreal to use their speed and get out in some odd man rushes. And you get past that Carolina defense. Like, if you're able to get the advantage with the speed going into the attacking zone, that's your best chance. If Carolina's waiting for you to enter the zone, that's why they're one of the best defenses in hockey. That's why they've been in the second round of the conference finals year after year here for the last 5-6 years, because they're so sound. If you're able to beat them with speed, or you're able to force a mistake out of them, then they're average. But they rarely make those mistakes. And so the last 2 games, it feels like Carolina has just said, we are not going to make mistakes, and let's see if Montreal can just outmaneuver us, can outplay us. And the Hurricanes have dominated. They've dominated. They've outshot Montreal in the last 2 games, 65-25. They've outshot them by 40 in the last 2 games. So they are dominating. But yet the last 2 games have had to go to overtime. Why is that? As Rod Brindamore said, he goes, we're comfortable in overtime. By the way, he's not kidding. Carolina 5-0 in OT in the postseason. 5-0. They're undefeated in overtime. We're one shot, puck luck, an errant skate, and you're done. And they're 5-0. They have that extra gear. That's where the postseason experience, it's finally making a difference here in this series. Montreal, young team. They got a bunch of great young players. I like them, and their goalie's awesome. Jakub Dobeš, the rookie, who, by the way, has only given up 6 goals despite facing 65 shots here over the last 2 games. It's pretty damn good. It's a 90 save percentage, 900 save percentage. But Carolina, they've proven, it's like, all right, we're dominating these games. We still have to go to overtime. You would think that the better team might then tense up. They realize they have that extra gear to go to in overtime. As much as you're on thin ice, pun intended, they've got that extra gear in OT. So as long as they don't have defensive lapses, they can outshoot Montreal by 40, still be tied. They're comfortable on winning in overtime. That's been the biggest difference. And I think Montreal, honestly, is starting to get a little fatigued in this series. They played a couple long series before this. I think Carolina's like, they're like the snake, ready to choke them out. Hot or cold next on BetMGM tonight.
We have a lack of accountability problem in this country. And you see it all over the place. And the Cleveland Cavaliers are emblematic of it. And I guarantee you that Dan Gilbert, billionaire, is looking at this thinking, how the hell do I get out of this? What do I do to blow this up? And if he's not, that's how he should be thinking. No accountability. Just like the person who's not performing at his job and blames his, well, my boss isn't nice to me. Look in the mirror. Or the person that can't lose weight, but it doesn't go to the gym. Says, oh, you know what? My metabolism's not great. And what am I supposed to do when there's free pizza at the office? I don't know. Don't be a fat slob. Drink some water. Put down the soda. Get on the treadmill. Better your life. Do something. Stop blaming everybody else. Look in the mirror. No accountability. No accountability. None. You get your ass kicked, and what do you say? Well, analytics say we should be winning. You're not. They're not living in reality. Donovan Mitchell, we played with our food. Are you kidding? James Harden, genuinely, I feel like we're the better team. Where's the accountability? I'm not trying to be a jerk here. If this were my team and they said this, I'd say the same thing. I'd be even more pissed if it were my team. How do you, after a failure of this magnitude in a spot this big, not get up there in front of the media and say, we got our asses kicked? There's nothing else to say. Like, they were the better team, they kicked our ass. It doesn't need the qualifier of, well, we played with our food. Well, actually, I think we're better. The process says, like, what is it? Get Sam Hinkie on. What does Sam Hinkie think? What does what does the process think? Are we serious? Like, should the Baltimore Ravens, I don't even want to turn this into it. The Ravens are catching strays here. Like, hang the banner. Sultans of spreadsheets, dominators of DVOA, excellence of EPA. Hang the banner. The Cleveland Cavaliers analytically only lost this series 4-2. Hang the banner, Cleveland. Are you kidding? I would be so pissed if I were a Cavs fan with this reaction. Because it shows you, and this is a dramatic statement I'm going to make, but I'd like for someone to argue with me. This core is never going to win. And it's not just that they're not going to win because maybe Donovan Mitchell is not good enough to be the number one option on a championship team. I don't even mean that as an insult. You know how good you have to be the number one option on a championship team? Evan Mobley, I think, took a step this postseason, but he's not what people thought he was going to be. Not yet, at least. And then there's James Harden. Like, what do you even say at this point? It's not even because of the on-court product. That's not even the reason. And that's a really good reason why they're never going to win. They're never going to win because they have no accountability. That's why. Because this is the attitude. You get wiped off the face of the earth and you say, no, you know what? We are better. We're better. Could you imagine? What do you even say? The better team. You lost by 37 points in a closeout game at home. We're better. Analytically, we're better. We played with our food. Stop it.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Tuesday night extravaganza starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talking text line here for the final hour, 310-840-4910. Open phone lines here this final hour. Whatever you want to talk about, 310-840-4910. Although if you're just joining us, it's been a lot of Knicks celebrating, a lot of breaking down the Knicks' historic sweep of the Cavs, this historic 11-game winning streak they're on, what Cleveland should do now next. Reportedly, they're bringing back Kenny Atkinson. Reportedly, they're going to try to sign James Harden to a new contract extension. I think that is a disaster. The latter. I don't have a problem bringing back Kenny Atkinson. Bringing back James Harden when LeBron James is potentially available this summer. Disaster for Cleveland if they bring back James Harden. They will go nowhere. In terms of what their goals are is to get to the NBA Finals. They ain't getting there. No shot. Not with James Harden. Sorry. I don't know how you watch this last series and for the most of his postseason and think, yeah, that was the right move. When you have a chance to get out of the trade that you just did. You just got swept and had the brakes beat off you in the conference finals. Now we're going to double down. We're going to run back with James Harden, 36 years old. Can't play defense. Got hunted relentlessly by the Knicks and will get hunted by any team in the postseason next year. Has been the face of disappointment in terms of underperforming stars in the NBA playoffs for the last 15 years. The Cavs are going to bring him back. Okay. We also talk some hockey, talk some NFL news. Again, big news of the day, Josh Jacobs arrested for the Green Bay Packers. Brad and I got into what the implications could be for the Green Bay Packers. So again, anything you want to get in on the show, on the phone lines, texting, it's 310-840-4910. All right, before we get to a little hot or cold here to kick off hour number 5, let's get you a playoff scoreboard update. Let's start on the ice. Looking more and more like you could break out the brooms in Vegas. The Golden Knights up 3-0 on the President's Trophy winning Colorado Avalanche. And it's 1-0 Vegas at the end of one. Looking for the sweep. The Golden Knights already up a goal, and they'll be on the power play to start the second period. Mark Stone, who's battled injuries this entire postseason with his 5th goal of the playoffs. And again, Vegas up 1-0. And the way they have beaten Colorado these last 2 games, just crushing their hearts. I give the Avalanche any kind of credit if they can come back and win this game here. They led 1-0 in game 2, and they got a first period goal. So they led for about, 45 minutes? And then gave up 3 goals in the final 10 minutes of game 2. They went up 3-0 in the first period in game 3 and lost 5-3. Vegas scored 5 unanswered. So after you lose back-to-back games like that, where you have a third period lead and you collapse. Well, they didn't have a third period lead last game, but they're up 3-0. They had a third period lead in game 2. The last 2 games, they've collapsed. I'll give the Avalanche any credit. They come back and win this now that they're down 1-0. Maybe if you're looking for a miracle, you got a better chance in any of the casinos in Vegas than what you'll find in that arena. And then finally, NBA playoff Game 5, Western Conference Finals, all knotted up at 2 games apiece. Pivotal swing game between the Thunder and the Spurs in OKC. The reigning champs have a double-digit lead at halftime, 69-58. Thunder lead it. And you're getting a ton of free throws in this game. I can't lie and say that it has been the most awesome watch, especially what we've seen so far from this series. So you're not missing much. Stick it right here with us, as you should, through every live game that we, are on the air for. It's 69-58, so you got 127 points, 37 of them at the free throw line. The Thunder have already taken 20 free throws. The Spurs have already taken 19. I mean, it's not a great game. The whistles are relentless from the referees. They were letting them play physical early on in this series. It's been the exact opposite here tonight. Everything is a foul. But either way, Thunder up 69-58. You're getting an MVP performance from SGA. 19 points and 3 assists to go with 2 steals. He does have 5 turnovers. But still, he's attacking the cup. He's getting the whistle. He's going to the line. And I don't want to hear about SGA flopping. He's taken 10 free throws. Stephon Castle's already taken 8. Wemby's already taken 7. But SGA with 19 points at the half. Chet Holmgren's got 12. And off the bench, my guy, Alex Caruso, 14 points, 4 assists, and 3 steals in just 12 minutes. Ha! Unbelievable. He didn't score a single point last game. Meanwhile, for San Antonio, Julian Champagnie, red hot start in the first quarter. He's got 17 points. Stephon Castle's got 12. Wemby's got 11 points, but he only has 1 rebound, and he's only got 1 block. De'Aaron Fox, only 2 points, although he does have 8 assists. And Devin Vassell, who's been a double-digit scorer, like he's scored in double digits every single game in the playoffs, and have a single point. So San Antonio's got a small mountain to climb here. Otherwise, they're going to be looking at elimination going back home for Game 6. Thunder up 11 as they're starting the second half right now. All right, let's get to some hot or cold here. 310-840-4910. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Combs, first off, congrats to your daughter graduating high school. You were off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and yesterday for the holiday, so I haven't spoken to you in a freaking week, man. How the hell have you been?
I've been good, man. I've been good. It was a good little break, little refreshing to get some time off. It's been a while. I was talking with my wife over the weekend. It's actually been about 4 years since I've had more than 3 days off in a row. So it was it was a little bit refreshing, but also I was ready to be back at work because 5 days at home with the wife.
Hell yeah. And your daughter that graduated, this is the one that's going to Iowa this fall, right?
Yes, she is going to Iowa. It was amazing because she had a graduating class of 353 students, and 99% of the graduating class was committed to universities, and the 1% that didn't commit to universities were all going into the military. Wow. Just an incredible number for the school, and that's look. When Chicago Catholic schools, you pay a little bit extra, but the numbers are there, man, and it's pretty incredible to have that stat underneath their belt.
Wow, that's amazing. So literally 100%, either 99% college, and like you said, the other 1% going to the military. That's awesome. That is phenomenal. Yeah. So congrats to her. All right. You want to get into a little hot or cold, or do you want to take this time to rip apart your? Actually, let's save your Cubbies because they're gonna be in hot or cold. So go ahead and kick us off.
Yeah. Let's go with tonight's playoff games. The Spurs and Avs will both come back and win tonight. Hot or cold?
I'm gonna go cold, and I got a feeling you're going the other way, more ways than one. But I'm gonna go cold here. I think Colorado can do it because it's hockey and crazy crap happens all the time. I'd be pretty shocked if San Antonio comes back here. They've gotten outplayed in the first half. They don't have that same kind of aura where they're just everywhere, matching OKC, who's normally the team that's everywhere. And Wemby's not playing that well. And the way this game has been going here, all the whistles, slowing the game, disrupting the momentum, I think it helps OKC. I think they don't mind playing this free throw shooting contest where the rhythm is disrupted. There's not a lot of flow. It's very slow. I think they thrive off that because I think that kind of helps disrupt. I think it can cause more turnovers. And I think the Thunder are completely fine playing this type of game. So unless Wemby all of a sudden turns into a machine here or they start hitting a bunch of threes, I don't think San Antonio is coming back. And I would like to, I probably think neither team is coming back. But if there is going to be one team that does it, I would say it would be the Avalanche, but I'm going cold.
Yeah, so at halftime and during the first intermission, which were both going on at the same time, I live bet both teams that were down. And at a great price at 13-1 on BetMGM is a great parlay price for two teams that are down. Look, I agree with you that if there's going to be one of the two, it's going to be the Colorado Avalanche. They're only down 1-0. It's the NHL. It's hockey. Crazy things happen. And the Avalanche are a really good hockey team, regardless of being down 3-0. This is a team that we were looking at a couple weeks ago about whether or not they're actually going to lose a game in the playoffs. So this is a really good hockey team. They can actually win this game still. The Spurs, man, this game has been, just whistle central. The refs in the first 4 games have just let the guys play. They haven't been blowing the whistle much, and when they have, there's been a lot of controversy over the flopping and all of that stuff, which we'll get to in a little while. But I feel like tonight they tightened it up, and they might have tightened it up too much, because it's just, I mean, it's unbearable. I mean, the calls that they're getting, I mean, just ticky-tack calls here and there. So it's going to be interesting. Spurs are capable of doing it, though. Spurs are capable of doing it. And we saw the numbers that we talked about earlier. Whether you're down 3-2 or up 3-2, it's a massive difference for these two franchises.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, the Spurs now 14.5 live underdog. So that was a huge run. I think you just got a 10-0 run out of the gate here to start the third quarter for Oklahoma City. 7-0 run out of the gate. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Your guy Wemby, you're going to have to start have to answer a whole lot of questions here soon. Comes Wemby has look. I mean, what's up, man? He can't grab rebounds. Hasn't been scoring all that much.
We're going to talk about Wemby, who's averaging 30, 13, and 4 in these conference finals. But you don't want to talk about SGA, who's averaging, 24 and 5? We're going to talk about Wemby, who's absolutely doing everything he can for this Spurs team. We're going to talk about him. Really?
I love how you cherry pick SGA's. I love how you cherry pick SGA's rebounding average as if he isn't averaging 10 assists per game in this series. 25 points and 10 assists. Wemby's averaging 30 and 13. Yes.
Okay.
But he is he look, the last two games, man. I mean, game 4 he was great. Game 4 he was great. Game 3 and game 2 wasn't very good. He's getting outplayed.
I mean, he's getting outplayed by who?
SGA.
Getting outplayed by who? You're talking about SGA, who in game 1 had 4 points at halftime, needed double overtime to get into the 20s, and you're going to talk about SGA.
Double
then
overtime.
Because you know what
Wemby had
in the last game.
You know what Wemby had at the end of regulation in game 1? He had 21 and 17, which was a great game. Don't get me wrong. And then he finished with 41 and 27. So. It's not like the double overtime only helped SGA.
And a logo 3 in overtime to send it to double overtime. I mean, stop it, Pat. Stop.
You can't do that, though. You can't say SGA, who needed
Wemby.
double overtime to do this. Wemby got half of his stats in that game from overtime, which, yes, like half of the conversation is it was so damn great because he took over in overtime. But in regulation, it was a good game. It was a very good game. The overtimes made it a historic game. Just you can't say SGA needed overtime to get to this when Wemby got half his numbers in overtime in that game.
Pat, he's averaging 30 points and 13 rebounds. What are we talking about? Like the argument doesn't even make sense to talk about Wemby. You want to talk about the Spurs and what are the Spurs doing as a team collectively? Sure. Without De'Aaron Fox in a couple of games, the injuries are starting to mount up for them. Yeah, absolutely. We can talk about whether or not what the Spurs need moving forward if they don't win this series. But we're not going to sit here and talk about Wemby as if he's not doing everything he can to get his team there. Like, what did SGA do in games 1 and 4? Hey, you want to cherry pick game 2 where Wemby had a bad game in game 2. What about SGA, the MVP of the league, which he wasn't. The MVP of the league.
Yes, he was.
Scoring 4 points.
Literally has the award to show for it.
Could you imagine if Jordan ever had 4 points at halftime in a playoff game? Come on, man. Stop it.
How about 3.5 out of the 5 games in this series now? The Thunder are playing without their second best player, who is an all-NBA player, guy that scored 40 in a finals game last year. And yes, SGA is doing all the things he's doing without J-Dub, without Jalen Williams, while getting double-teamed every possession, getting mogged and mauled every possession by Stephon Castle, and is still putting up the numbers he's putting up. And he ain't 7'5".
Okay. All right. Now you want now all of a sudden Wemby's height. Now you want to use Wemby's height against him, but when you try to use it for him, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal that he's 7'5". It doesn't matter. We've seen guys that this tall before. We've seen guys that can do this that are that big. This isn't anything crazy that he's doing. Stop it. Your nonsense about Wemby. Look, I understand that you're scared as a Knicks fan. And don't tell me that you're not, because there's no way on this. I've heard you say it time and time again. I do not believe that you believe that a matchup of Cat versus Hartenstein or Chet is better than a matchup of Cat versus Wemby. There's no way that I believe that you believe that, because you know ball. And Cat is the catalyst for that Knicks team. Yes, I know Jalen Brunson is the MVP of the conference finals. I know Jalen Brunson is an absolute animal, and I like Jalen Brunson a lot. But if Cat isn't having great games, then that's going to be a problem for the Knicks. And Cat versus Wemby is not as delicious as Cat versus Chet Holmgren or Cat versus Hartenstein. Like, we're not going to sit here and pretend like that's not a better matchup for the Knicks, because it is.
That's one position. That's one player. Yes. Cat having to go up against Wemby. Yeah, I know, but the reason I kept saying that the Knicks are in a better position to beat the Spurs than to beat the Thunder, the reason why I think the Spurs are a more favorable matchup for the Knicks is, yes, the best player in terms of Wemby, yeah, that's a matchup nightmare. I think SGA is even a tougher matchup for the Knicks than Wemby would be for the Knicks, but it's because of the fact that OKC is so deep. Their bench is amazing. Jared McCain drilling threes. Alex Caruso has 3 games with 15 points or more. He had a 30-point game. The guys that they can bring off the bench, their defense, that's a bigger overall problem for how I think the New York Knicks are constructed versus the San Antonio Spurs. That's why I keep saying that. That's why. I'm not afraid of the Spurs. I'm not afraid of Wemby. And Karl Anthony Towns wouldn't be the only one guarding Wemby. Mitchell Robinson, I think, would do a great job at slowing down Wemby, making things physical with him. OG Anunoby, who has locked down Joel Embiid in the past, who can guard a 5. He can guard Wemby, at least for a little bit. Caruso did it for a little bit. I think that the Knicks can actually slow down Wemby in certain ways, whereas as a team, they'd have much more of a problem slowing down SGA and the Thunder's wings.
Pat, both the Thunder and the Spurs are right now 2-3 in the playoffs, in the NBA playoffs. A point scored off the bench. They're both better than the Knicks. So
I think the Thunder's bench.
You can talk about the bench all you want. Yes, the Thunder's bench is deep for sure. Absolutely 110%. I give you that. But the matchups are not better for the Knicks against the Spurs. They're better against the Thunder. Those matchups are better against the Thunder.
I completely disagree.
How do you disagree with that?
I mean, Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper, not as good. And De'Aaron Fox, I'll even throw De'Aaron Fox, Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper, not as good as SGA. If J-Dub is healthy, if he's able to play in the finals, and Caruso, or the way that he's scoring right now, freaking Jared McCain. Like, Oklahoma City, advantage them in that regard. Advantage them. The bench, huge advantage OKC. The defense, forcing turnovers. OKC is better.
So you're telling me Alex Caruso, because he had that one game in Game 1 where he absolutely
he's had multiple games.
He
had an amazing playoffs last year.
But Pat, we're talking about right now. Like, he wasn't he scoreless in Game 4?
Yeah, one game. He had one bad game. And the other 3 had 31, 17, 15, and he's got 15 tonight, midway through the third quarter.
All right. I guess we agree to disagree. I think that the matchups for the Knicks are better against the Thunder, because especially down low. Because I'm telling you right now, Wemby versus Cat, that's a nightmare for the Knicks. That's a nightmare.
I don't think it's as big of a nightmare as SGA and the rest of the Thunder against the Knicks. So we will have to agree to disagree.
You're a Knicks homer.
How does that make me a Knicks homer? What do you? We're debating the merits of the Thunder and the Spurs. We're not debating the merits of the Knicks. I know how the Knicks are built. I know how they're constructed. I think they could be able to handle Wemby better than they can handle SGA.
Wow.
Okay. That's what it essentially comes down to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you think that, a struggling SGA that and he has been struggling in these Western Conference Finals is, to me, I don't know. I if I'm a Knicks fan, I want the Thunder. That's just me. And that's from somebody who doesn't have a dog in the race. I'm not looking at this from a fan perspective. Yes, I do. Am I high on the Spurs? Do I want the Spurs to win because I've been on them since November? Sure. But I don't have a dog in the race. So if the Spurs lose, I'm not going to lose any sleep. It's the damn Cubs that are causing me to lose sleep. I'm not going to lose sleep if the Spurs lose this series. But what I'm looking at from a outside, from a fan perspective, just as somebody who's watching these without a dog in the race, I think the Knicks have an easier time with Oklahoma City. I think they lose either way. I just think it's a better series for them if it's OKC than it is if it's San Antonio.
Okay. All right. Well, we can talk more about that in terms of the New York Knicks side of things when we come back. We'll take a short break. 310-840-4910. The Spurs are starting to hit some threes. They've made it a close game. We'll get you a scoreboard update on that and on the Golden Knights and Avalanche Game 4 when we return. That's producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
This is an all-time team, no matter what happens moving forward. And if the Knicks lose in the NBA Finals, which they could, obviously, they're going to be an underdog no matter who they play, they will lose to another all-time team. They'll either lose to the Thunder, who will be winning their second straight championship, or they'll lose to the alien, the freak, Victor Wembanyama. But that does not mean, even if they lose, that this is not an all-time team. It doesn't mean that. This is an all-time team. And the only evidence you need for that, and we can talk about the fact that this is the great, literally, not figuratively, literally, the greatest 11-game, they're on an 11-game playoff winning streak, right? This is the greatest 11-game run in the history of professional basketball. This is the Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington Generals for 3 straight playoff series. After CJ McCollum made his jumpers, how cute that was in Atlanta. Remember Atlanta? Long time ago, right? The Knicks haven't lost in over 30 days. That's how long it's been. 11-game win streak. They win every game by 1,000,000 points. Best point differential by a team in the history of the NBA playoffs entering the finals, and people still think, oh, you know what they say? You know what people say? It's incredible to me. And they say it because they hate the Knicks. That's why. And I don't even want to do the New Yorker thing, but let's just tell the truth. Here's my question for everybody. What if this were the Boston Celtics? What would people be saying if this were the Detroit Pistons? What would they say if it were the Cleveland Cavaliers? What would you say if this were the San Antonio Spurs? Or the Oklahoma City Thunder? Or the Minnesota Timberwolves? Or basically any team that doesn't employ LeBron James or the New York Knicks? What would you say? You'd be saying, oh my God, this team's unbelievable. They're great. But with the Knicks, what do people say? Not everybody, but what do people say? Well, who have they beaten? Look at the schedule. Okay, let's look at the schedule. This is not the New England Patriots basically getting a magic carpet laid out in front of them to roll out the red carpet, taking them to the Super Bowl. Barely scraping by Jarrett Stidham in the AFC Championship game. C.J. Stroud throwing 15 interceptions in the divisional round. That was still a game. This isn't that. They win every game by 1,000,000 points. They're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. They don't get a chance to play the great teams because they're the best team. And then they beat everybody by 1,000,000, which is what you want a great team to do when you play a team that might not be great. And it's still not enough for people. And it's because you hate the Knicks. And if you're out there and you're like, man, yeah, like who the hell have they played? If they haven't played anybody, why are we talking? They're not that great. Why are you saying this? Just admit, you can think whatever you want. Just admit you hate them. Admit that you don't like the Knicks. You don't like the way the fans go nuts outside the games. You don't like the fact that we celebrated a win against the Hawks in the first round during COVID, like we had won Game 7 of the World Series. You don't like it. You don't like New York. I don't care. Just admit it. Just admit it. Because if you can't be honest and objective about what this is, what can you be honest and objective about? It's staring at you right in the face. Aside from the fact that this is now legitimately, literally, the most dominant run in the history of professional basketball. Not in the playoffs, not in the regular season, all of it under one big-ass umbrella. How about this? The Knicks have now won 11 consecutive playoff games, joining elite company in accomplishing this prestigious feat. Here are the list of teams that have won 11 straight postseason games, like the Knicks have. So get down 2-1 to Atlanta, 3-4-4. Do the math, 11. The 1989 Los Angeles Lakers, the 99 San Antonio Spurs, which Knicks fans remember beat us in the finals, the 01 Lakers, and the 2017 Golden State Warriors.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Get to your calls here in just a bit. You can also text 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. Let's get you a playoff scoreboard update here. First, on the ice, Game 4 in Vegas. 13 and a half minutes to go in period number 2, and the Golden Knights are closer and closer to sweeping the President's Trophy winners. They lead the Avalanche 1-0. That Mark Stone goal in the first period still standing up. Again, Vegas up 3-0, going for the sweep, trying to get back to the Stanley Cup Finals. And then on the hardwood, Game 5, Western Conference Finals. Spurs and Thunder, 2 games apiece. And OKC started the third quarter on a 7-0 run to go up by 18. And then San Antonio got it back within 8. And then the Thunder have punched back. Right now, the Thunder lead at 93-81. 2:44 to go in the third quarter. It's a high-scoring affair. A lot of fouls in the first half. This has been much better. A lot of open play and some really good shot making here from both teams. SGA leading the way for the Thunder, 24 points and 5 assists. And elsewhere, you got Alex Caruso off the bench with 17 points, 5 assists, and 3 steals. The Caruso doing it all. Meanwhile, for the Spurs, Julian Champagnie, 20 points on 4 threes. Stephon Castle's got 19. Wemby's got 14 points, but only 2 rebounds. That's been stunning. Little rebounds he's been grabbing here these last couple of games. He had 24 rebounds in Game 1 in that double OT, 17 rebounds in Game 2. Last 3 games, 8 rebounds, 4 rebounds, and now 2 rebounds here towards the end of the third quarter. Thunder up by 10. 2 minutes left to go in the third. All right, let's get producer Brandon Combs back in the mix. Combs, I think it has gone final here with your Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, they lost $1.5 million to 1. It was
half a run.
Pretty ugly showing tonight against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Look, I don't know if this team is going to win a game in the near future. I like we were talking about it in the break. Monty says that he believes they're getting swept by the Pirates and the Cardinals. Like if that happened, I just don't know. You look at this team and you watch what they're going through, and I understand all of the pitching issues, which I screamed for all winter long. Jed didn't do enough to bolster the rotation. Jed didn't do enough to bolster the bullpen, and here we are with that. But now the lineup, man. I mean, there's just there is no life in this baseball team. There is no life in the bats. There's no life in the lineup. It's almost like you need somebody to stand up and maybe even go off on somebody in the locker room and just like rip into the team. But I don't even know who would do it. Everybody's been so bad. Nobody has any room to stand up and talk. Like, that's how bad this run has been. You've got 4 of the top 7 players with runners left in scoring position are in the Chicago Cubs lineup. That's not sustainable. It's not obviously it's not a recipe for success, but it's just not sustainable. You can't do that and keep winning ball games. And the way that they were winning earlier, we talked about how special it was, because it was special and it was fun to watch that month stretch that they had to open the season. It was good, but you knew that wasn't sustainable either. You weren't going to be able to come back 17 times in 20 games, and you weren't going to be able to have, 8 or 4 walk-off victories or, all the stupid stats that they had. And it wasn't going to be sustainable, but all you had to do after those two runs of 10 wins, all you had to do was just stay consistent, and don't go on a streak where you lose 14 or 15 in a row. But, I mean, here we are. It's a 10-game losing streak now. I mean, Jamison Taillon tomorrow in Pittsburgh. There's probably going to be about 74 home runs hit in the first 3 innings by the Pittsburgh Pirates. Then after that, you got to face Paul Skeens, and I mean, good luck with that. And then you get the Cardinals, who are just, I don't know how they're playing as well as they're playing, but they are. And
so let me ask you this, hot or cold? The Cubs losing streak will not end before the Spurs Thunder series ends.
Oh my God. I got to be hot on that, right? Because the series would end Saturday.
Well, it could end. There is an elimination game no matter what, because whoever wins is going to be up 3-2. So you will have an elimination game on Thursday. Okay. But if it goes 7, then yes, Game 7 would be Saturday night. The Cubs play tomorrow in Pittsburgh. You mentioned they face Paul Skeens Thursday night in Pittsburgh, and then they're in St. Louis Friday night, Saturday night. So they would have to lose maximum at least another 4 games for this to be hot. But also, Spurs Thunder series could end on Thursday. The Cubs could just lose 2 more, and it would still be hot.
I mean, I have to tend to agree with Monty that they might get swept by Pittsburgh and they might get swept by St. Louis. Like this could get really ugly really quick, and so I'm gonna say hot. I think no matter what, whether it ends Thursday or it ends Saturday, the Cubs are still on their losing streak. Unless something crazy happens
faith.
And they find a way. I right now, how do you have faith? Like, how can you look at this team because when the bats were good on Sunday, but the pitching wasn't. And when the bats are good and the pitching's not, and then when the pitching's good, the bats aren't. Like, there is nothing that you can do right now with this Cubs team. They need a shakeup in the roster. If I'm Jed Hoyer, I'm looking at maybe moving a guy like Ian Happ, who's a free agent at the end of the year anyway, and you're probably not re-signing. I mean, maybe trade Ian Happ and a prospect for some pitching and go out and make a move, shake up this roster. Because if you move a guy like Ian Happ right now, who's been, the face of this franchise for a little while now, you go and you move him, and all of a sudden, you send a message through that locker room. And especially if you get some decent pitching back in return for that, it could be the best thing that you do. But the problem for me, and I've said this ad nauseum on my podcast, Combs and Fitz, Windy City Sports Talk, 11 a.m. Sunday mornings, if you ever want to check it out on YouTube or anywhere where you can catch your podcasts. It's just Jed Hoyer, when it comes to doing stuff like this, he just has the smallest GM balls in baseball. And that's just the truth. I mean, he doesn't make these big moves. He doesn't go out and make the splashy move. He just doesn't do it. And it's not about spending money. I hear Cubs fans talk about, oh, well, it's got to be Ricketts. It's got to be willing to spend money. First of all, money doesn't equate to wins, as we've seen, because the top 6 payrolls, I think only 2 of them have winning records. And not only that, but the Cubs have the 6th highest payroll in baseball. 6th highest payroll in baseball, and you're going out and you're doing this. Like, they're spending the money. You got to construct the roster the right way. Sure, the Dodgers have spent $1 billion and they've won the last 2 World Series, but they also built they constructed a roster in which they can withstand stuff like this. They could withstand injuries. All the injuries they had in their pitching rotation last year, and they still won the World Series because they could withstand that stuff. The Cubs haven't built that, and Jed hasn't built that, and he hasn't built that. He hasn't built anything since Theo Epstein left. And Theo, without Theo, Jed's been lost, and it's been bad. And for all the people that want to sit out there and criticize Ricketts for not spending money, it's not about the money. It's about how you spend the money. And if I'm an owner of a business and I have you as a manager and I give you a budget and you go out and you spend it and you eclipse the budget and you're still putting out bad product, your budget's going to go down. That's how business works. But they've had the 6th highest payroll in baseball right now, and this is where you're at. You're still with a team that just can't be consistent because you're expecting a bunch of these guys to play above the back of the baseball card because you're a GM that thinks like you're running the Tampa Bay Rays. Like, it's not a recipe for success.
Jeez, who would have thought that a team that has 2 separate 10-game winning streaks this year and is still above 500. And Combs is talking, well, they're in last place in the division. There is that. But everybody in the NL Central is above 500. But who would think, Combs, you're talking as if the season's over. Come on, have a little bit of faith.
It's still salvageable. It is, but you have to do something to salvage it. That's the problem. You have to make a move to salvage it. I just don't think that Jed is capable of doing that. I don't, and even if he does make a move, I don't trust him to make the right move. I really don't. And that's, I mean, it's his record that shows that. His GM record that shows that at trade deadlines, at in off seasons, he doesn't make these big splashy moves. He doesn't do these things. And then they just gave him a 5-year extension last year for no damn reason whatsoever. It blew my mind when they gave him that extension last year.
Well, Combs, it's good to have you back, brother. And
I wish you could stop talking about the Cubs losing streak with a smile on your face, you son of a...
I'm not talking about it with a smile on my face. I'm watching the game.
You did. We'll rewind the tape if we have to. We'll rewind
the tape. Look, all I know is the Milwaukee Brewers, who I was told is not a good team. They're a small market team. You know, their manager's not that great. Their batting's not that great. Their pitching's not that great. Mizorowski's not that great. And they're 12 games above 500. They all of a sudden have one of the best records in baseball, and they are way ahead in the NL Central. That's all I know. Those are just the facts. So
I hate you right now.
Good. It's good to have you back, Combs.
Swept.
I know you do. I know you hope that. And the amazing intro you made on today's show that nearly had a tear shed from my eye. I know that basically, that means nothing anymore. That means nothing to you. 310.
Not anymore. It did till about 5 minutes ago.
310-840-4910. We've got some callers on hold. We'll get to your calls to finish off the show next. We'll get you a scoreboard update. This Thunder Spurs game, though, is taking forever. This thing might not end till freaking midnight. All these fouls. But we'll get you an update either way and an update on the ice. And maybe a little French Open talk since the second Grand Slam of the season for tennis is underway. Round 1 just finished today. I'm a big tennis fan, so a little bit to get into that in the final segment. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Nothing about what I'm about to say is political or is meant to be either an endorsement or criticism of a politician or party. I put this take out on social media, and a lot of people, mostly Donald Trump fans, President Trump fans, got really mad. This is not an anti-Trump take or an anti-Republican take, just like it isn't a pro-Democrat take or an anti-Democrat take. It is a statement of what I believe Jackson Dart, I feel like he aired, and it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has to do with the fact that Jackson Dart has involved himself with politics. So in case you missed it, Giants quarterback Jackson Dart, who's basically like a social media quarterback at this point, like showed some flashes his rookie season. Also, is anyone, and I've been saying this for months. This has nothing to do with what just happened with the president. Nothing to do with it. Are we sure Jackson Dart's good? Are we sure about that? That he's good? We don't know yet, right? Fair to say. Maybe he'll be great. Maybe he won't be. We don't know the answer is all I'm saying. He's social media quarterback. He's at the Met Gala wearing this ridiculous outfit. God bless him. You can wear whatever you want. Lots of ridiculous outfits. I wear ridiculous outfits, some people would say. Whatever. He's got the Instagram model girlfriend. Again, nothing wrong with that. She's beautiful. God bless him. I'm just saying, this is a quarterback who clearly enjoys the trappings and like the everything positive that comes with fame, and he hasn't accomplished anything yet. Fair or unfair for me to say that? It's fair, right? So he introduces President Trump at this event. Do I think that on the surface there's anything wrong with introducing the president at an event? There shouldn't be, whether the president's a Republican or a Democrat. It's the president of the United States. The reason why I have an issue with it, though, is because that's not how American society works. Politics are extraordinarily divisive. So people can get mad at Abdul Carter, Giants pass rusher, for putting out on social media, I thought this was AI, the video of Dart introducing the president. And then Abdul Carter has to walk it back, saying, well, Dart and I had a man-to-man conversation, and everyone leave your narratives at the door. And Abdul Carter can get criticized for that, and that's fine. My point would be, and again, I would say the same thing if Dart introduced communist mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance. It doesn't matter. When you get involved with politics, you open yourself up to criticism. So you can get mad at Abdul Carter for what he said, and that's fine. You can feel however you want. It's a free country, right? The bottom line is Abdul Carter's not put in a position to do that if Jackson Dart doesn't do what he did. And it's nothing to do with the president in office or the party. Politics are divisive. You're the starting quarterback of one of the legacy franchises in the NFL in the biggest media market, and you haven't accomplished anything yet. It doesn't mean he can't accomplish things. I'm just saying he hasn't yet. No one sees the problem with this? That someone should be advising him like, hey, maybe don't do this. Again, does it bother me that he supports the president? No. Does it bother me that Abdul Carter was upset? No. It's a free country. I would say the same thing if Dart introduced a Democrat. It has nothing to do with Republican or Democrat, Trump or otherwise. I don't like the position that Dart put himself in and put the team in. And I am a Giants fan saying that. Plus, Roy Robertson Harris just tore his Achilles. No depth at defensive tackle after the Dexter Lawrence trade. Malik Neighbors might not be ready for week 1. Are the vibes good right now with the Giants?
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Last chance to get aboard the phones here at 310-840-4910. Scoreboard update. They just started the fourth quarter. The Thunder lead the Spurs 101-91. SGA's got 30 points already and 6 assists. Alex Caruso with 17 off the bench for the Spurs. Champagne's got 22 points, Julian Champagne. And Victor Wembanyama's got 16 points, 3 blocks, but only 3 rebounds. Stephon Castle's got 19 points. The total amount of points so far through the third quarter, already more than the total amount of points we saw in all of Game 4 back on Sunday. All right, let's get to your phone calls here. 310-840-4910. Let's get Lucas in Alabama next up on BetMGM tonight. Lucas is on line 1. Go ahead, Lucas.
This might be a hot take, but I'm thinking that if the Spurs and OKC series, whoever wins it and plays the Knicks, if they beat the Knicks, they'll be the team of the decade.
Okay, that's definitely a hot take, Lucas. Definitely a hot take. I appreciate the call. Look, with OKC, you could definitely start to make that argument. I mean, again, the team of the decade is it the team of the 2020s or is it the team of the last 10 years? Because if it's the team of the 2020s, then yes, you could absolutely make the argument that it's the Thunder. If they win, it'll be back-to-back titles, 3 straight years of regular season dominance. If it's the last 10 years, it's a hot take. But even then, because you consider the tail end of that Warriors dynasty was about 2017, 2018. If the Spurs win a title, I don't know how you say they're the team of the decade. Unless you're just counting this season being one of the best seasons of the last decade. Yeah, even then, I mean, they had, 62 wins? Great season. If they knock off the Thunder, yes, that's a great achievement. If it's just this season, you're saying this is one of the greatest seasons of the last decade, you could throw it in the conversation. But if you're saying one of the best teams of the last decade, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Definitely a hot take, but I like it. I enjoy it. I enjoyed that take, Lucas. I disagree with it, but I enjoyed it. All right, 310-840-4910. Paul is next up in Rhode Island. Paul, you're on BetMGM tonight. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. I appreciate your show. Pat, I'm going to tell you, New York needs glory. It ain't the Yankees. It ain't the Rangers. It ain't the Rangers. I'm telling you, I think this team is going to take it all. And this 7-foot French kid, get at the back of the line, young man. It ain't your time. That's all I have to say.
Paul, appreciate it, man. I love it. I love it. I love how he said the Rangers twice, by the way. He's like, it ain't the Yankees, it ain't the Rangers, and it ain't the Rangers. 7-foot French kid, get at the back of the line. It ain't your time. Yeah, look, I don't think it's Wemby's time because I think the Thunder are going to win this series anyway. They're up by 12 with 9.5 to go. Now, let's see if Wemby goes nuclear here in the final minutes. That could turn it around, but he's missed a couple of buckets right at the rim here in just the last 2 minutes. He tried to dunk on Hartenstein and missed it. He just missed an alley-oop layup. But yeah, look, I think the Thunder are winning this series. And so either way, the Knicks are in great shape. The Knicks are rested up. Again, there is enough rest no matter what. Even if this series went 7 games, Game 7 will be Saturday. Game 1 of the finals is next Wednesday. So it's not like the Knicks are getting the huge rest advantage like they had the last 2 series against the Sixers and the Cavs. But yeah, I mean, look, the Knicks offense, it ain't lying to you. It ain't lying to you. You could try to play it down like, oh, the NBA playoff competition's not that great in the East. I'm like, I mean, come on. What else? Who else do you want the Knicks to play? The Celtics couldn't even finish off a 3-1 lead against the Sixers. You really think that they would have beaten the Knicks? The Pistons, who won 60 games, were down 3-1 against the Magic and then lost to the Cavs, who barely beat the Raptors. The Knicks offense, this is the greatest 11-game stretch in NBA history. Point margin of victory, shooting percentage, Whatever you want to do, however you want to slice this cake. You want to poop down on the competition? You want to poo-poo the competition, I should say? You're just lying to yourself. You're just not allowing yourself to believe what your eyes are showing you. And that's fine. That's fine, but some of us realize the reality that's going on here. So, Paul, I appreciate the call. All right, let's finish up here with a couple of last items. I'm a big tennis fan, and so we'll finish the final 30 seconds. We'll give you one last scoreboard update before we turn it over. I believe Linnell is not off tonight, so I believe I'll be turning it over to Linnell Willingham, my guy at the top of the hour for Westwood One Sports Night. We'll get you a scoreboard update before we send things off to Linnell, but I'm a big tennis fan. And so the French Open started on Sunday, and they split the first round over 3 days. So far, not a ton of huge surprises, although some of the biggest upsets have both been Americans. Jessie Pegula today, the daughter of the Bills owners, Terry and Kim Pegula, she got knocked out, which clay's not her greatest surface, but she definitely should not have lost the match. She lost today. She hasn't lost in the first round at the French Open in 6 years, so she's already out. And then the second highest ranked American man, Taylor Fritz, who's been battling a knee injury, only played in one warm-up clay event last week. His knee is still definitely not 100%. He lost to a fellow American, Nishash Basafaretti, but a kid that's young, barely in the top 100. I think he's actually slightly outside the top 100. And so that was a big shock upset on paper. So, funny enough, we always root for, I always root for the American interest in tennis, and two of the biggest chances on paper are already gone on both the men's and the women's side. Outside of that, there hasn't been a ton of upsets. Carlos Alcaraz not playing in this tournament is going to continue to be the biggest headline as Jannik Sinner, the world number one, looking for the career Grand Slam, probably just demolishes his way through the competition. He was a nearly minus 300 favorite at BetMGM to win the French Open. We haven't seen odds like that since Rafael Nadal. He hasn't lost on clay this year. And he crushed one of the French wild cards, who I've barely heard of. That's how you know the guy was obscure. He crushed him today. On the women's side, Coco Gauff, she had an easy dominant win. Sabalenka had an easy dominant win. And then some of the farewells, Stan Wawrinka, who I'm sure even if you're a casual tennis fan, you know of Stan Wawrinka, 3-time Grand Slam champion. He played his last French Open. He lost in round one. And Gael Monfils, the Frenchman, he lost in a 5-set thriller yesterday in round one. So a couple of farewells. Djokovic, he's playing tomorrow. He's got a big test. His physicality, how his body holds up. He's playing a young Frenchman who he's a big favorite against, and as long as his body's okay and it holds up, again, it's been 95 degrees basically every day so far at the French Open. So Djokovic never liked the heat. We'll see how he deals with it tomorrow. All right, 7:25 to go in the game. The Thunder up by 11. So we'll see. They're going to need a big Spurs comeback if they're going to win it, and then they're going to the third period in Vegas. Golden Knights still lead the Avalanche 1-0. All right, fun show. Thanks to everybody who worked on it. Thanks to my co-host, Brad Evans. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs, video producer Monty. Thanks to Zach Kroll, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, and everybody else. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 o'clock here on BetMGM Tonight.
We have a lack of accountability problem in this country. And you see it all over the place. And the Cleveland Cavaliers are emblematic of it. And I guarantee you that Dan Gilbert, billionaire, is looking at this thinking, how the hell do I get out of this? What do I do to blow this up? And if he's not, that's how he should be thinking. No accountability. Just like the person who's not performing at his job and blames his, well, my boss isn't nice to me. Look in the mirror. Or the person that can't lose weight, but it doesn't go to the gym. Says, oh, you know what? My metabolism's not great. And what am I supposed to do when there's free pizza at the office? I don't know. Don't be a fat slob. Drink some water. Put down the soda. Get on the treadmill. Better your life. Do something. Stop blaming everybody else. Look in the mirror. No accountability. No accountability. None. You get your ass kicked, and what do you say? Well, analytics say we should be winning. You're not. They're not living in reality. Donovan Mitchell, we played with our food. Are you kidding? James Harden, genuinely, I feel like we're the better team. Where's the accountability? I'm not trying to be a jerk here. If this were my team and they said this, I'd say the same thing. I'd be even more pissed if it were my team. How do you, after a failure of this magnitude in a spot this big, not get up there in front of the media and say, we got our asses kicked? There's nothing else to say. Like, they were the better team, they kicked our ass. It doesn't need the qualifier of, well, we played with our food. Well, actually, I think we're better. The process says, like, what is it? Get Sam Hinkie on. What does Sam Hinkie think? What does what does the process think? Are we serious? Like, should the Baltimore Ravens, I don't even want to turn this into the Ravens are catching strays here. Like, hang the banner. Sultans of spreadsheets, dominators of DVOA, excellence of EPA. Hang the banner. The Cleveland Cavaliers analytically only lost the series 4-2. Hang the banner, Cleveland. Are you kidding? I would be so pissed if I were a Cavs fan with this reaction. Because it shows you, and this is a dramatic statement I'm going to make, but I'd like for someone to argue with me. This core is never going to win. And it's not just that they're not going to win because maybe Donovan Mitchell is not good enough to be the number one option on a championship team. I don't even mean that as an insult. How good you have to be the number one option on a championship team? Evan Mobley, I think, took a step this postseason, but he's not what people thought he was going to be. Not yet, at least. And then there's James Harden. Like, what do you even say at this point? It's not even because of the on-court product. That's not even the reason. And that's a really good reason why they're never going to win. They're never going to win because they have no accountability. That's why. Because this is the attitude. You get wiped off the face of the earth and you say, no, you know what? We are better. We're better. Could you imagine? What do you even say? The better team. You lost by 37 points in a closeout game at home. We're better. Analytically, we're better. We played with our food. Stop it.